we'll go over during the department's budgets. But there were some other requests being made that have been added as well. As far as so then I updated this for those minor changes that have happened. So we're starting with a preliminary budget of revenues of $48,768,148, which is down $611,852 from 2024's adopted. And then expenditures are $50,526,346, which is an increase of $1.1 million. So revenues, you'd ask, why is it down? Well, for one, we had $1.5 million transfer in from reserves last year. We had a $750,000 road shift, and so that would be a large part of why the revenues are down from last year. As far as expenditures, this would be salary and benefit. It would be step increases. So that leads to a preliminary deficit right now of $1.8 million. It was originally right around $1.3 million, but with the decrease to the property tax, we're now at pretty close to $1.8 million deficit. As far as beginning and ending fund balances that we have in the budget, we have a beginning balance of $7,810,000 and a ending fund balance of $4,800,000. So a difference of just over $3 million. And I would point out with this that this is fairly typical that we've done. So this is essentially saying that what we're planning at this point is we have more expenses budgeted than revenues. We're essentially forecasting that we would lose money. So we'd start the year with $7.8 million. We'd end the year with $4.8 million. We don't want to end the year with $4.8 million, but that's currently how it's budgeted. Typically, this has worked out for us in the past because of vacancies, even more than what we've estimated, as well as revenues coming in significantly higher than what we've $1 million plus than what we've budgeted. So this has typically worked out for us in the past, but it is something to be aware of too, because if revenues don't come in or we don't have the vacancies, this is currently what we are budgeting.
So Tim, what's the projected revenue above expenditures for 2024 that you're anticipating carrying forward?
I'm anticipating that I updated this pretty recently, so this is what I guess as far as I'd have to double check that. I mean, ending fund balance for 2024, I have at 7.8, but that doesn't necessarily answer your question. I'd have to double check as far as what my projections are for the 2025 or 2024 total. I can get that information for you.
Is it true that part of the kind of historic practice is to just you've embedded a certain amount into that the projected revenue already for 2025 from the amount that is the ending balance?
I mean, like what I did this year was that we had revenues went up, the beginning fund balance went up by a few $100,000, and I increased the ending fund balance by that same amount. I didn't want to make the gap continue to widen, and so if anything, I'd like to close that gap so that realistically we should be budgeting the same beginning and ending fund balance. But I'd have to dig in. I think I have that information somewhat readily available. I'd like to double check it to a certain extent from the budget review committee meetings that we do each month. I think I have probably a pretty decent estimate of what I have.
So does the current 1.75 million preliminary surplus deficit include any use of any fund balance?
Yes, I mean the beginning fund balance would be in the revenues, and this would be in the ending fund balance. I mean, so if we increase the ending fund balance to match this, we'd be increasing this deficit by $3 million. So, I mean, yes, these numbers are in,
They're factored in.
factored into this, yes.
Yep.
Does that answer your question, Eric?
Thanks.
On the next section, just a recap of some of the commissioner decisions as far as property taxes. Currently, there's no road shift in the 2025 prelim. There's no road diversion, no 1% levy increase, which I think is about 120,000 this year, and then no banked capacity as well. In comparison, we had $750,000 in the 2024 adopted, $115,000 1% levy increase, and then bank capacity of $19,000. So those are not in there currently. As mentioned previously, we're starting with property taxes of $11,663,160, and that's a pre-shift decrease from the prior year of $363,000. And then these are just some of the other major revenues that we have. Sales tax, so this is the main sales tax. There's several sales tax. There's some juvenile sales tax. There's some sales tax that we remit for CCOM, but this is the main sales tax in the treasurer's office. And we've got it currently budgeted at 7.2 million compared to 6.8 for last year. And I think we're pretty close to on track to maybe even hitting 7.8 collections for this year. Maybe not quite that much, but I think we're somewhat on track for that. Here's one of the other sales tax figures that I talked about. Right now we have budgeted $4,125,000 for a juvenile sales tax first and second 1/10, compared to $3,686,000 last year. This is a transfer in that we get from our related to debt service that we pay the bonds for the jail construction, and then transfer in the excess. Right now, we've got that budgeted at $3,620,000 compared to $3,660,000 last year, so a $40,000 decrease. And then
Tim, when
Yes.
does that pay off, that bond?
2042, I believe.
2042.
And then the Room and Board of Prisoners, City of Pasco, $1,110,453, no change from last year's budgeted number. So overall, just moving on to the next category, salaries and benefits, we've got currently at $19,633,000. Benefits of $8.3 million for a total of almost $28 million, compared to $26,839,000 in the last year's budget. So there's an increase of almost $1.1 million, which, as mentioned before, pretty closely coincides with that increase in expenditures that you see there at the top. Contingencies currently have that at $600,000. That was in the 2024 adopted. There was $1.1 million. The difference of that is there was money that was reserved for bargaining in last year's budget. That's not added in currently for this year. Non-barred COLA to be determined, and then you can see numbers for the previous few years. And then these are some of the requests that have come in, and these numbers have changed slightly from what was submitted before. As I mentioned, there's been a few more requests that have trickled in, and some decreases. Thank you, Therapeutic Courts. Personnel services, +3 net FTE. So there was 4 new positions, but then one going away. One being added and one taken away from the commissioner's office was the total request. The new positions total to 321,000 net, of a total of 351,517 total requests, which would include change requests, asking to change grades. And then other than personnel services, so this is anything other than this is anything other than salaries and benefits and capital expenditures. We've got 1,248,000 of those, and then capital expenditures of $954,000. And you can see comparison, comparison wise, compared to the 2024 prelim, it's, 1.3 million down, from the requests that were made last year. I think it was one of the leaner years as far as personnel requests, this year.
Tim, is the 1.2 million all budgets, not just current expense?
This is only current
This is
expense.
only current expense,
Yeah.
okay.
And then we have miscellaneous funds, which includes HAPO, county roads. It includes a lot of funds. We've got budget of $78.8 million compared to adopted of 84.9 last year. And then, so I was gonna, of those, just some quick highlights. Here are the positions asking for the new requests as well as changes in positions. There's a public defense position, $207,000 total, that's salaries and benefits. Sheriff's deputy, $102,000. Public records officer, that's one that the board just approved a interim position this last meeting, I do believe, $104,000. And then these are some regrades of positions. All of these right here. There's a clerk asking to have 3 LPA2 deputy clerks, moving from a grade 13 to 15, and then some changes in IS for various positions. Civil service. This is essentially matrixing this position. It wasn't on the matrix before. It was just a set salary, and so this is getting it on the matrix so that they would benefit from COLAs, step increases, just like everyone else. And so that's for that position. And then this is the offset to the other change in the commissioner's office that I was talking about, where it's removing the government affairs position. Overall, you have $352,000 almost of personnel changes. Capital, this hasn't changed from the previous list. There's a total of $954,000 of capital requests. There are a couple of these that, similar to last year, there's 2 HVACs here. Last year, we paid for these out of our real estate excise tax, a similar kind of item, and that may be something that we could do for these facility items as well. There are limitations on what you can do with that money. You can use, I think, up to 25% annually for maintenance-related stuff. I think that this is something that would qualify, but it would be good to get legal's analysis on that. But it can't be used for, it's more like fixes to buildings and that kind of thing. You can also use it for roads, streets, a lot of that, the county road type stuff, but you can't use it for like buying, say, vehicles, this money. As mentioned, $954,000 of capital requests. And then this is non-baseline small tools and equipment. And this, once again, hasn't changed from the previous submittal. There's, some of the bigger things are the computer replacements, GTACs, laptops, tablets, and the information services. Those are fairly typical requests each year for just rotating out of new equipment. And then this is other repair and maintenance. There's ladder access, public safety building, roof antenna access. I mean, there's various things like this. This one hasn't changed as well. So you got 147,000 here.
Could you go just right back up?
Yep.
Just one more.
To this one.
No, sorry. Yeah, the sheriff. I just wanted to,
This.
sheriff real quick. Okay.
So between all of these tabs here, you've got $1.6 million of requests. There's $2,553,000 of total requests. So for all of these tabs here, this is a large portion of the overall request, 62% of the overall requests being made.
And outside of the IS ones at the bottom here, are any of those other have non-general fund support capabilities? You mentioned the REIT. Would the rest of them all just need to be general fund?
I think we have done some, there may be, I'd have to, it's possible that some of the IS ones, if it's getting a room ready or something, there may be some capability to use REIT on that. I think we have used some of it in the past for various projects. I mean, even like this is a restroom remodel. This may be something that could be used from REIT. And there's more that you can do with REIT as well as long as it's in the adopted capital. I think it's a capital improvement plan. So you can do 25% for maintenance outside of a plan, but then there's more things that you can do. I think once you have a plan and you're actually stating these things in a plan.
And so each department, forgive me, I have not gone through this before, each department will talk about their capital request, or do we come back and talk about the capital requests separately as well?
Each should generally talk about their capital requests. And so just kind of in summary, as mentioned, starting at $1.8 million, there's no road shift, 1% bank capacity. Just as an FYI, there's, in regards to the property tax, there's, County Roads is estimating just over $4 million in property tax in the county road budget. There's no COLAs for employees. Each COLA, each 1%, it looks like is probably about 1% for employees. And if there are things being bargained for right now, that will have an impact on where we end up right now as well.
Each 1%, I think you said was 200,
222,000, I think it was roughly, or two.
that's for each
220.
1% cost of living adjustment.
Correct.
And what does 1% in property tax get? 120?
The one, yeah, it's right around 120.
120.
Yep.
Okay. So it pays about half of a 1%
Yep.
cost of living adjustment.
I also haven't factored in the,
Yeah, the cost of living adjustment, 1% equates to what? How much?
1% cost of living, about 222,000 or
222?
Yep. I also haven't factored in the health benefit change that was recently approved by the board for non-bargs. I probably won't do that until we go through open enrollment, because then at that point I'd have solid numbers on what's going to happen. But that could wind up being, it's hard to know exactly, but it could be, $400,000 to $600,000 of savings overall. There also isn't, I don't have in here right now. I wasn't not entirely sure where to put it. I mean, it could just go in non-departmental or something, I guess, but there's the microwave system and radios that was approved by BCES recently. A good portion of that can be paid out of our emergency communications fund. It sounds like, I think, 800 to 900,000, but there's likely going to be 100 to 200,000 that current expense will have to fund. And so just that's, another factor that will more than likely have to come from current expense. And emergency communications, they need to, I think the problem is they may have enough money in there overall, but they need some cash flow too, because they pay for things up front and then get reimbursed by the districts that they serve. And so they need some cash flow. And so we can't just take them down to zero. And so that's why ultimately I think that current expense will likely have to pay between 100 and 200,000. And then there's also 650,000 in reserves after, there's still an interfund loan due I think it's from county roads, although it could be motor vehicle. I believe it was county roads. There was, I think the interfund loan was 500,000, but after that is paid back, there'll be 650,000 in reserves. I'm not a proponent of taking that last bit of reserves to balance the budget, but just for the board's reference, that is how much is available if desired.
Say that number again.
650,000. And that is all I have. I don't know if Eric has anything else to
If they,
add.
if they
or-
took the additional 650,000, though, what does that leave them?
If they took 650, there'd be essentially zero in the,
Zero.
yes,
Our policy says that we would have,
7%.
Roughly 3.5 million.
That sounds about right.
That's what we need.
Yeah. And so, I guess I would lead off with that. It would be good to. Last year, we were waiting until the end, trying to balance the budget without having the knowns out there as far as what the board is willing to do on some of these revenue items. And I'd point out that we're starting off over $1 million more of a deficit this year than we were last year. Last year's prelim deficit was 747,000. We're starting this year 1,758,198. And so it's, I think we really need to start the meeting. That's what I would implore anyway, talking about what we're willing to do as far as 1% reserve transfer, road shift, because that is ultimately going to tell us what can be approved elsewhere.
I think after you spend this week, I think next Wednesday afternoon in a workshop setting, we need to get some direction on the big chunks, so that what the pathway we're on is to get a budget adopted during the first week of December. So you basically have the month of November to really give us the direction. The earlier we can put a preliminary budget for you to look at, for departments and offices to see, to take their thoughts in regards to that, particularly if it includes the reduction, the expenditure side, just not looking at the revenue side, but begin to give us direction on expenditure side, whether that includes, operation costs, whether that includes any reduction in force, through either attrition or, the hard decisions. So to balancing, the revenue side with the expenditure side. So the earlier we have those types of decisions for you to consider, the better off it is from certainly a transparency and an engagement perspective with the departments and the elected officials and offices.
All right. Any other questions for?
Let the fun begin.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
so I'm in agreement with Tim. I think we should right now, what are we willing to do? Are we willing to vote for a 1% increase on property taxes? Are we willing to shift anything from the road fund? I think we need to, right now, hammer this out. And then we know where we're at, right, Tim?
Yeah, I don't know if you need to do it right now. I think you probably should really take a look at all the requests and
Okay.
the legitimacy of the expenditure side before you then start to talk about how do you look at the expenditure side and what's the legitimacy of that, all those requests that have added 1.7 million to the deficit. And
Okay.
then once you've looked at those, then also look, in a parallel universe, what are you willing to do on the expenditure side?
'Cause the way I understood Tim is he was wanting an answer on those sort of right now, so we know where we're starting with, but I'm willing to go that direction. I think it's,
I would say, and Tim probably would love it by the end of this week. I think, you need to take a little bit of time, be thoughtful,
yes,
but during a workshop setting next Wednesday is give us that direction with some, you know, and these are tough decisions. I'm not gonna, you know, these are really hard, and this is a big deficit. It's a big structural deficit. You might be able to fix it for another year, but it doesn't really, you know, which is fine. That is a choice that you can make, but it doesn't necessarily correct your structural deficit. And those are your choices that you can make. And there's a lot of counties that make those from year to year.
The 1% property tax is right around 120,000.
I think there are other choices for you. If you go back and look at, if you want to go back to sales tax is a good example. What's your appetite? If we project 7.8 million, we might come in at this year, and we're 7.2 is what was projected, and each year we are estimating we are getting a higher amount of sales tax. However, that's provided a nice cushion as well. And so you could project, you know, these are your decisions.
But here's the thing on the sales tax is we're in an economic
Oh, absolutely.
hard turn
Those
right
are-
now. And those people out there, and that's what I'm warning everybody about, if we keep raising our sales tax,
We're
they're
not
gonna
talking
go
about
elsewhere.
raising it. We're talking about your projection
Right,
for
right.
revenue. Yeah.
But if we're talking about raising it, people will shop elsewhere, could drive down our sales tax income. I mean, it could work against us. We've got a healthy one coming in right now, and I hate to upend that, but where's the breaking point with the public?
Yep. And it's provided a nice cushion at the end of the year for you for a number of years, which is, you know, I know budget people really like that because it gives you don't have to manage you don't have to be so aggressive in worrying about things. So, but it's again a choice that you all get to make. And I know budget people are probably twitching in the audience right now about the idea of you know, potentially increasing that as well. Again, it just also does, I can't let this pass, and I know the assessors in the audience here is the impact of the TIF it has had on our revenue growth. And it's 320,000, about 300,000 at least this year, which will probably continue to grow. So could be really good for the economic growth of the community, which is really positive, but there is an economic or a budgetary impact for us as well.
Yep.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Anderson? All right, moving on to the assessor, Mr. Rosenthal. Thank you.
You may have questions on it that may be answered in there.
Thank you.
We do not have there, it's on now. We do not have a lot of changes. We actually have a little bit of reduction. The income, is increased as far as the revenue slightly. Or do you want to go over the expense? Well, yeah. Primarily because of the TIF billing for the initial setup to the city and to the port. There's just a small, we've got like $5,000 in there. We won't know what that truly is until like February on that. But this is just the real initial billing to them for some of the administrative setups and so forth on it. The larger billing to them will be next year when we start to get all of the data for all of the impact of all the properties and what it takes to get out and do all the appraisals, the assessments and everything on those properties. So we increased that by just 5,000, just to put some number in there on that. We have $1,000 for our request. Last year it was 2,000. That was for small tools and equipment. We have used almost none of that this year. Being able to push back when we might have to replace cameras, some measuring devices, and so forth. So we put that in as $1,000, half of what we put in last year for this year, and we haven't used it per se this year yet. Okay, so I could buy some stuff, but I don't want to pre-buy if we really don't have a need for it. So I'd rather have 1,000 next year and not use the 2,000 this year on that. That's as far as the baseline and that. Now, we do have a request where we're swapping travel and training. We have 750 going out of one, 750 going into the other one for an exact offset, just because I try to keep a little more accurate count of which line item are we spending out of. And then we have a reduction in subscriptions and dues and so forth. We're cutting a third of our budget out of there. It's only $500 we're cutting out. We had a total of 15. We'll have 1,000. And so, no extra requests, none of that. We do have currently $4,500 that's in there for a desk and a chair, and we have to pay for a computer system for the person that our GIS specialist would be training. And if you note, you approved that position for us to bring them on like middle of this year. We haven't done that because our GIS person has agreed to stay on for an extra 3 months here and then another 3 or 6 months there. So I've been able to delay having to hire that individual or spend any of that money. I did not put a request in for this next year for that desk, computer, chair. I figured we'd deal with that when the time comes if I'm going to have to fill that position next year. During that training phase. So we've saved all of that money that we would have spent this year for that individual. We have not spent any of it. So there will be some significant amount of monies or funds that we won't use in this year's budget. I'm projecting at least $70,000 that we won't use in this year's budget. But again, that's depending on when she truly is going to retire versus give me another extension for a few months, which I will take for eternity if I can get it, because they're very difficult positions to fill. So the budget, the way it stands right now, shows that she could retire in March, and I'm going to have to get somebody in, train them, and so forth. It also, if we don't need to spend it, we certainly won't, just like this year. We're not spending it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how long will it take to train this individual up?
Depends on their level, Clint. If they even know a fair amount of what they're doing on the GIS mapping stuff, we still have to teach the cartography and then the survey issues. I'm predicting at least 4 months, at least.
And don't we want them to work with the current?
That was what that money was budgeted for, correct, an overlap. And so, if I'm getting close to a 6-month time with her, if she's confirming and saying, I am gone in 6 months, then we will have to recruit and get somebody in there. So I'm trying to operate within that 6 months window for somebody in there for about 4 months. So, because if I'd have brought them in June or July and she wanted to stay on, I just don't want to spend the money if we don't need to.
I appreciate that. All right.
So I did have a question, Tim. I don't know, do you have the new construction that the county will be able to keep in your projected? That was in there? I don't think we added that, just like we didn't add the 1%, did we?
I believe it's in there. It's,
Is it? Okay.
I can,
It was reduced,
Yeah, it has
the-
been
the-
reduced
the-
down. It's
yep.
going to be,
the deficit went up because of what was the information we had
right,
from the
380 minus, 104, yeah.
Yep.
I've got your
Okay.
sheet in here.
Yeah. So I just want to make that. Now, and Commissioners, the TIF piece of that it'll still add to your highest lawful for next year. I mean, it will help you out next year, but it follows, it's a year behind on when you're going to be able to use that for your budget monies on there, but we still have to do it. New construction this year, over 500 million, you know, and it's, that's the initial numbers. We're going to be adding to that a little bit for that. So that's 3 years in a row, basically, where we went from 260, 280 to over 500 in new construction.
How long does the TIF last for? Is it
Well,
1 year,
they're
3 years?
25-year bonds that the city and the port has done. Now, they could pay them off sooner. I know the port's intention is to pay it off a whole lot sooner, but they have a 25-year if they want to take it out to the fullness of it. And so we follow that on our highest lawful on there. But we still have to do the work.
John, here's this is your sheet that you had submitted, and it's
Yeah.
and it's this number.
Correct.
Right.
Now, that number right there, though, you'd have to do the 12.7 on that, Tim, and then you'd have to pull out the 330 and the 190, well, the 199 up above on that, the tax increment. That 199 could be pulled out of that 12.7. But we're hoping that the county will certify to our office the 12,700,000. That doesn't mean you have 12,700,000. You're going to have closer to the 11,663,000. So, but if you certify and there are changes in there, you don't get penalized and not get the budget monies. We're able to then give you what you're legally allowed up to the 12.6. You may only be legally allowed 11.6. You may be legally allowed, when everything's all said and done, you may be legally allowed 12.1 or 11.9. So we always ask all the districts, please certify a little above. That way we don't penalize you and withhold funds that you legally have the right to have.
Good.
Just don't count on it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could you also remind the board that those are, I believe, those are up to amounts for mental health and veterans relief?
Yeah,
Those are
so
not
if
fixed
you take a
amounts.
look at the mental health and the veterans, the mental health is a statutory requirement of that .025, okay? That comes out of your general fund monies. That's that 439,000 projected right now. You can't remove that unless your highest lawful is reduced, okay? However, the veterans relief, that 197,000, you have full control over that as long as there are adequate funds by RCW currently in the veterans relief.
And I believe that
Thing.
is 3.5 years worth, correct?
Well, they have 1.1 million in there.
No, but all
And
we have to have is 3.5.
And I don't know that, Clint.
You know,
That's not
Eric,
my
what-
office. So I think it just says adequate funds, and I don't know what that amount is.
We
But there's
have-
more than adequate funds to be able to,
Yes.
to use that 197,000 for your operating for this year. I'm not saying you would continue to do that, but they have more than adequate funds in there. And that, yeah, so,
This is why I was trying to get down and meet with the Veterans Administration, because we have a lot of funds in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that we could use this.
you can
in the
use
general fund.
197,700, yes. You can use that. It's a year-by-year, case-by-case, but that certainly would give you another 197,000.
But we can't use any of the funds that are already in their account.
No, you cannot.
Only this amount. that
Only
are-
this, which you would not then budget for them this year. You wouldn't allocate for them this year. But the mental health you can't touch.
Right.
And we're sure we can't bring it back since it was,
You mean that the 1.1 million already used?
yeah.
No, I'm not, because that's not my department. You'd have
We
checked
should
legal
probably
and,
check that. I
and
don't know-
Tim.
I don't know if we can or not.
Yeah.
Well, I know there has to be so many funds, years worth in there.
We looked into the current of what's there. That is available to you. I don't know about previous budget monies that you put in.
Jeff, do you know that number? I remember going over this a few years ago, but I'm not a little foggy on it right now.
It's clear that we need to adjust with them what we can utilize those funds for, because clearly there's more uses we could potentially have.
Oh, yes.
And it's a year by year. That doesn't mean next year you'd be withholding those funds or any portion thereof, and you look at it every year.
And we can quit.
It just gives you nearly $200,000 to work more with.
Well, and we can also, if we're in the right position, quit collecting until we needing to re-implement it, so we could give the taxpayers a tax break too. Yes, you can quit collecting as
On the-
commissioners. We can vote to do that and give it a reprieve from the taxpayers.
Oh, on that,
veterans.
which is like 190,000 now you're
Yes.
talking about, yeah.
Would you back up to that slide, please, Tim?
Which slide was I going to?
That one that was showing the Veterans Fund.
That would be,
I was
your
trying to find
chart.
out how much we've been spending.
That's our
every
previous
year.
early sheet, yeah.
I was just wondering what the collection percentage was.
So that's one thing we could look at is the RCW on that and
Yeah.
get.
Yeah.
I was trying to get an idea of spending.
It's
so
point
that-
0.1125, yeah.
.01125.
Yeah. If my memory is decent, as age goes on, some of that slips a little. We carry everything to 9 decimal points in our office. Believe me, I don't have them memorized. Wait, 011, yeah.
I'm glad we got Tim on that
So
computer.
400, 500, 600, basically.
No, the spending's only been in the 25,000, 30,000.
Yeah.
It's been really low in recent years.
And we've tried to give them more in some of these areas for the veterans that are in need, but there's also a limit on that of what you can give each veteran. So we've been trying to increase that for them.
But in 2020, we spent 35,000. 2021, 25,000. 22 and 23, 30,000. 24, 81,000. So it's been, I mean,
It
I
went
think
up.
we do have pretty close to $1 million. So we're well above
Yeah,
3.5
yeah, you
years,
got
or probably
over $1 million in
any
that
number.
fund.
I do know that, I think for all of our human services funds, the Benton County Human Services runs, I think we have had artificially low expenses these last few years because I think they've had some COVID monies that they've been spending first. And so, you know, like right now, we spend 81,000 this year, but in the last few years, it was 30, 30, 25. And I think the reason for those being so low is they were using that money first. And so we weren't spending anything for a time period. And so I think it will start to go back up, but we're still, we probably still have, I mean, I can check the current cash as well.
Do we have any idea what they've been spending total? Like COVID and,
I do not. I mean, I'd have to, I mean, just going back to the previous years, I think you can kind of see the trend of what's been spent.
We can check, though, on that particular information, so we don't unintentionally,
Dip
harm
below.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to,
Right now, they have 787,000.
oh, because it was said that they had 1.1 million. They don't have that much. They have 780.
No, it's showing 787 right now.
So
I
they
didn't think
used
we
some,
were up over a
must
million.
have been beginning of the year. We did, there was a 1.1 at one time.
And it may have been the total, I don't know if it was the total budget that you were looking at, which would have included estimates for
things.
ending fund balance and stuff.
So the only other thing that I would bring is new construction is projected to continue at a pretty rapid pace. I can't project if next year will be over 500 million like the last 3 years, this year and the previous 2. But keep in mind, there's a significant amount of sales tax you get from new construction. When we're having this massive new construction, there's some considerable sales tax you get off of that. So if new construction diminishes, then of course,
On that sales tax, though, isn't that only if they buy it from this area? if they buy it from another area, is that sales
Well,
tax?
some of it's shipped in, I believe, or
Yes,
where it's
that's what I'm
delivered
saying.
to, correct, so. They're,
whoever they're buying
They're not
it
supposed to
from.
go to Oregon and buy it and bring it here without paying tax, but we all know some people do things like that, yeah.
Josie, did you have a question?
It's where it's delivered to.
Yeah. Yeah,
And that's why a lot of farmers buy their tractors and have them delivered to the
Absolutely.
farm, because it's a lower tax rate.
or even
than in
some of the
town.
auction stuff, yeah. So, but like Darigold, that was in the city limits when stuff was delivered there.
Right.
But the county still gets a piece.
Right.
That's it's the destination-based sales
Yeah.
tax is the difference. Instead of point of origin,
Right.
you have point of destination.
And large projects, they're getting it delivered here.
So, John, you said we had a 500,000 new construction this year?
500 million,
500.
over 500 million in
Million.
new construction, 3 years in a row. Prior to that, the best this county ever did was 280. That was a record. Prior to that was like 240, 260. We did that for about 3 years, Commissioner. And then prior to that, the county was never even at 200 million in new construction. If you go back 6 years and back, it never broke 200 million in a single year. And we've been 3 years at 500.
Of that 500 million, how much did our tax generation,
Sales tax wise?
oh, no, property
Oh,
tax wise?
property taxes?
With TIF involved, are we getting?
Anywhere
eight-
from 380,000 to over 500,000, depending on what the levy rate was on that particular year.
Is what the
As the
county
levy rate
got,
goes down, that, yes.
is what the county got,
Well, and then, of course, some goes out for TIF.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so I love that. Some goes out to for TIF. the
Just
rest-
this year, yes.
Yeah.
But previous years, it was, and those add to your highest lawful, so the next year, your highest lawful still builds on that. So that's like I showed the commissioners last year, if you went back 10 years, pulled out all new construction, could not add that to your highest lawful, it would have affected your budgets by over $7 million right now, out of the 12.
So that's why that last year our levy rate was 85 cents and
And
this
now
year
it's
it's
74.
74 is because of
Next year will
that.
be a little under that. It's not going to be a drastic drop. I mean, we were at $1.10 down to 90, some to 85 to 74. We're not going to see those big because the assessed values did not increase. Even with new construction, 500 million, when you're talking over 17 billion in assessed values, the percentages. So, but we will see a few cent drop in levy rates this next year. We won't know till we get the budgets in, your budgets, all the other budgets, and we calculate that. We're just trying to project based on them doing the 1%, based on new construction, that we know what it would be, and it'll be a few cents.
How is
Drop.
your office keeping up with new construction?
What's that?
How is your office keeping up with new
So,
construction?
You added an employee for us last year on the ag side of it. We still could not get to all of the new construction this year, even at over $500 million that's out there, because it's just a lot. We're going to continue to knock at it. Part of it's training. We had new employees. We had to get them trained. Part of it's bringing them up to speed. That's a process on there. We had a lot of current use properties coming out, land coming out of current use for development, the city's annexed area and that. So just to give you an idea, the property, and of course the treasurer's got the numbers that we don't get credit for in my office for the revenue, but it shows up in the treasurer's. But there was over $600,000 in back taxes because of property coming out of current use. Now, that's spread amongst all the taxing districts.
That's open spaces.
That's, out of the open
Current
space,
use,
current
yeah.
use into that. Now, that's not counting the fact that then a lot of those parcels are broke into subparcels, and now the assessed value becomes even higher than the whole, right? When you break it into a bunch of smaller pieces. The other thing is anything that comes out, they have to pay an interest. Now, that interest comes directly to the county's general fund. And just the interest from what we were able to do in current use was over $195,000 increase to the general fund for the county. That doesn't go to the other taxing districts. It just comes to the county. So that was a major amount of effort of us adding another ag person and being able to work that current use. And that's not going out and auditing, which we have to do yet, lands that shouldn't be in current use. I mean, there's properties that should not be getting open space. They don't qualify for it legally. It is designed for farmers that are farming and doing commercial stuff, and that's what it should be for. It should be used for that. That's what it was designed for. I mean, as farmers and ranchers, you guys should get that credit and benefit for that land, but those that are not should not get it. We still, hopefully, as staffing and training and things allow, we will be auditing tons of those partials and properties, lots of small stuff that shouldn't be in current use.
And that takes time because they have to have 3 years of receipts of farming and
If
an
they're under
income.
20 acres, they have to have 3 years out of 5 with a certain amount of income gross, which if they're using it for ag commercial stuff, Commissioner, that is not hard.
That's right.
We had one farmer's got 5 or 6 acres, was raising some cherries and going, how do I prove that? And I said, where did they go? Well, they went out to the country market. I said, get a letter from them showing how much they bought from you each year. Boom, it proved it. So it was able to satisfy that.
Are you also receiving a lot of requests to come out and reevaluate with the orchards that are being taken out? Because I'm seeing trees piled up everywhere.
And as soon as they notify us, then we go out and verify that they're coming out, that the major irrigation is removed and they can't grow. And then we remove that. That's different than current use. The land is still in a current use open space, but the actual
Revenue,
special crop
yes.
piece of it, we removed. But
Permanent
they have to
crop.
let us know. Otherwise, we're only out in those areas once every 6 years to be able to physically say, hey, they removed something.
Yes.
If it's prior to that, boy, if they call us, absolutely, we go confirm it. So for the record, to save next year's for the 26 taxes, we need to know that before January 1st to be able to verify it before January 1st of 2025.
Okay.
If they call us in February and March and say, hey, I removed it, we can't verify that this year.
Till the following
They're
year.
stuck paying another year's taxes on it. So we want them to call.
So if I remember right, after our conversation, your assessors are assessing at about, right now, at a rate of 1,100 parcels per assessor.
That's with the new addition, and the state average is less than that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then the senior program has really had an increase too for the senior and disabled veterans and disabled, huge increase because of that change last August. Yeah.
And 42,000 parcels in the county?
We're just under 40,000,
Just under 40,000?
just under 40,000.
Okay, and you do
Counting the
6
personal
different,
property and the other.
you do 6 different sections,
Correct.
1 section per year.
And I can't say they're equal numbers because we're heading out now and we're clear out in the PK Highway and clear out Clotus and Starbuck and all of that. Well, you got a lot more miles to travel, so you're not going to get the parcels per assessor that you would when it's close into town and they can hit it. So it varies. It's
But
not
those
like
parcels are a lot bigger
they're
out there too.
well, they are, but you got to go verify everything. It's a lot more driving. It's not like you can jump out and hit 15 or 20 in half of a day. You don't get that when you have to take half the day to drive clear out by Palouse Falls. Yeah.
All right.
So when you pull something out of open space, you go back 7 years?
It's 7 plus the current year, and then depending, were they in at least 10, and when did they go in? There's some other things that could be involved with a penalty other than just interest, and I don't believe. I'm not aware of any that had a penalty this last year. They'd been in long enough, but they certainly had significant interest that the treasurer was able to collect, and they have those specific numbers, overall.
All right, thank you.
But it adds to what we hadn't counted on.
Yep.
So, yeah, it helps.
Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions for John? All right. Thanks, John.
All right.
Appreciate it. Moving on to the treasurer's office. Josie Kelzer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I submitted my budget to you guys, and I am confident that you look through it, and I'm just going to let you kind of decide what you want to go over and see what I need to explain to you, Russ and I, and go from there. Tim's kind of gone over the big hitters for sales tax, property tax, things like that.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
No, that's okay. You're doing good.
Took all our talking points there. Way to go.
Well, it was really helpful for me, the way that John just kind of walked through it, you know, piece by piece. I looked through it, but being new at this process, would love to, if you would just kind of walk through it, help me understand what the different numbers mean.
Okay. So you want to go line by line, or how do you want to do that?
You do it how you normally do it. I've not been a part of it from this vantage point, so how you think it's proper.
Go through the big hitters.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm jumping a little bit, and then Joseph. Right off the bat, I mean, our biggest revenue driver is property tax, and I think we've discussed that enough. The number in there right now is without the 1% and road shift or anything like that. So overall, it looks like our projected revenues are down because just assuming the 750,000 road shift from last year to 1%, we're automatically taking about $800-something hit to the revenue until that decision's made. If we would everything factor in equally, let's say we collect the same exact amount for property taxes as we did last year, our overall revenue projections are roughly $500,000 up from last year. And so we could go through some of the big hitters of why we're projecting what we're projecting and kind of going line by line. One of the biggest things was sales tax. I know it's kind of been mentioned, and we do project that number on an extreme conservative forecast. And so there's a couple things when we were projecting the 7.2 million on there. That was kind of based on what trend we were seeing for this year and what we thought we were going to hit with sales tax. But of course, sales tax is something that it's hard to predict. We keep on thinking that we're going to have a economic downturn, and then we just got sales tax revenue for the month of September, which is true collection for July, and we got 782,000. Prior to that, we've never got more than 580,000 for the month of July and September. So, you know, there's different patterns that occur. To say a pinpoint to one thing directly, it's difficult. You kind of look at trends across the board. Sales tax were up across the board. I know, Stephen, you mentioned there was a project out in the county. While we weren't able to directly drill down to say, hey, this is who's paying the sales tax, suggesting a big increase of 200,000 for the month of July would suggest there had to be a big project of some sort that occurred in the county. And so we look at trends like that. When we're forecasting in June, it looks a little bit different than when we're going over this in October, obviously. I think that $7.2 million forecasted for next year is a $400,000 increase, but beyond confident that we're going to hit that number and then probably some. Then going down, a lot of the numbers kind of stayed the same. Like if we look at 240,000 for leasehold, that's just that's an amount we get for land that is public land. The amount is collected on whatever the rent amount's being paid. It's 12.84%. It's collected, and then that number is allocated between the state and the county for leasehold land.
Mr. Sheriff, maybe before we leave the property tax discussion,
Sure.
and John's still in the room, it might be really helpful to make sure everyone understands what, if we do a shift, what that means and how it comes about and then how it's collected and how we shift from the road fund an amount that is then collected countywide. So maybe, I just want to make sure everyone really fully understands the shift and then how it impacts. And obviously, past years, you can see the difference in property tax when it's added in.
I can address how it affects levy. That'd probably be a start point.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So let's take the road shift versus a road diversion.
Yep.
Okay? There's two different things here. So if we do a road shift, let's just say I'm going to throw out 2 million. I'm just going to use that number for discussion purposes. What it does then is it takes that $2 million, pulls it out of the road department, Public Works, puts it to your general fund, and then that $2 million gets dispersed amongst all of the residents of Franklin County to figure out what's the levy. All parcels, not single individual, but all the parcels absorb a share of that $2 million. When the services that are being provided primarily for that are for county residents. So if you do a diversion, and what it does then is it takes the levy rate for the county as a whole, our general levy rate, it would raise it, that portion. It lowers the levy rate for the road department. So instead of, say, 90 cents, they might be at 85 cents per thousand. Instead of us being at 72 or 73 cents for the whole county, we might be at 74, 75 cents, because it's distributed a lot more. Where if you do a diversion, it only changes the unincorporated areas on their levy rate, so the Public Works Department would still be at, say, 90-some cents, okay, the higher levy rate, and the residents in town would not increase their levy rate at all. They would still have a decreased levy rate because it's a diversion. Am I making sense on that? Because that's
The difference, though, your diversion can only be utilized for a very narrow purpose.
Correct.
Associated with,
it can
with
correct.
patrol.
It can only be used narrowly.
Your shift can be used for anything.
You can then use the
within
shift money how
county
you
road
want.
expense fund.
Okay, so it shifts onto all the residents of the county, that $2 million portion, versus just those that are getting the service technically from the road department. So, and of course, when you shift amongst tons of parcels, billions of dollars in assessed value, maybe 17 billion versus maybe 6 billion, right? Then the amount of the impact is much smaller as you spread it out, right? Lots of hands make easy lifting, kind of, as they say. But it is a shift to everybody in the county then.
And it depletes the road fund, potential road fund budget by a set amount.
That amount, so
Because
it
you're not
could- it could-
you're not diverting $2 million to
No.
the road fund.
So if the road fund did, somebody say it's over 4 million property taxes?
They have it budgeted at $4,062,000, I believe.
Okay, so if you took half of that and diverted it, or not diverted it, but shifted it to the county, basically it's going to cut their levy rate in half, because, you know, that's what it's going to do there.
Well, and I think an important part about it that I don't think gets talked about enough is, and this is not an opinion if we should do a road shift or not, just to be clear, but when we do when we move that shift, we're not actually taking money that was collected for roads and then taking it away to spend it here. We're taking what was potentially going to be collected for roads, and now we're telling, hey, folks in the city, you pay this money, and we're going to spend it for operation. And so that's a key piece of it, because a lot of times it seems like it's being portrayed as, hey, we collected $2 million for the road, but give us that money so we could operate. No, that was never the case. If we shifted pre-tax certification, that money was never collected for the roads. Now, the roads could collect less because of it now, but now the people that are paying that are people that are living in the city, and so now it's going to current expense. And so
You're shifting the taxing authority to all residents.
To all residents.
Right.
So,
And I suspect the diversion amount in the past, and Marcus is here, I don't know if you recall, was probably 600,000 or something, probably just a few, enough to cover some road deputies for patrol purposes and road enforcement.
yeah, and that requires agreements with the sheriff and what they do.
That and
yeah,
it's reporting to the
whole
County Road Administration Board and a whole
Right.
another set of responsibilities.
on there.
And a lot of counties are moving towards the shift rather than the diversion because of reporting.
More
as well.
flexibility.
More flexibility.
Absolutely gives you more flexibility to use it in your general fund and for whatever area you want. So, but it is still a tax that is going to be collected. It's just who is it going to be collected from? So it does not lower the taxes or raise the taxes for the whole county as a whole. It just shifts who's going to be paying it. So,
Right.
yeah.
Anything else? Yeah, thank you. I really wanted to make sure everyone really fully understood that piece.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. You want to keep going or? Okay, so let's see, where was that here?
Are we on the leasehold?
Yeah, so I don't know if we want to hit every single line item because a lot of it is whether it's like leasehold, liquor excise, and stuff like that. That's pretty routine. The amount we get from the state allocation, it doesn't change much. I think some of the bigger hitters we've hit with property tax, sales tax. One of the biggest ones that has been, I believe, helping the county a lot has been our investment interest. Investment interest is definitely at the all-time high. For the 10 years I've been here, I'm sure there's probably been the time before where interest was higher than what it is now. So they were maybe making a lot of money off of that. But one of the things we kind of did this year is we broke up how we're going to forecast the interest, because before we just had one line and everything that we got off LJIP, money market CDs, it would go into a line that we budgeted $1.5 million for. We broke that up so we could kind of track it a little bit better, where we're going to have a LJIP line for, that's the state pool, as one forecast, and then anything we do money markets, CDs, and stuff like that in a different line, and then anything that we do off of bonds in the third line. And so this year we're at about 2.3 million in interest if you calculate everything, and we're in the month of October, so there's going to be more interest from investments that comes in. That's not something that's a regular. I wouldn't get too comfortable with that number. We've been very fortunate with the rates, and go ahead.
So we've been very fortunate with the rates being what they are, but I also do want to give some credit to my office because we have been able to take, the other, look at it as a whole, and then be able to, do the cash management on districts and what the county has, and be able to invest it and move it back and forth. And so it does take a lot of time from our office to do that, to be able to invest this kind of money. We're always having to watch every, like a daily, to see where we're at.
So if I could, so you've actually earned 1.5 million in interest,
2.3.
2.3,
Yes.
and that goes back into
101.
investments?
It goes into our current expense.
It goes, and it's already been put into our current expense?
Yeah.
And I think what you're hearing is you're projecting, because of lower interest rates, we're going to project at an amount less. Which
Yes.
is-
Yes, we could. And so, I'm not suggesting to the board, but I'm not telling you what to do. But I really think that since we've seen interest rates go up and down throughout the years, we count on this money on our current expense. And I really think that we need to really think about it. And money earned with these investments needs to probably go into reserves, just because we should never count on it. There's a time where we were up pretty high, and then we just took a crash. And then this year, we started increasing our rates again. We didn't, the feds did.
During COVID, there was a time where we were getting roughly 200,000 in interest into current expense. So just to kind of give you guys a graphic of where interest was and where it's at right now. And to be fair, a lot of this money is also not current expenses money or county's money. We're Josie is the treasurer for all districts, and so there's a lot of movement of cash, and then we kind of operate a little bit like a bank, where there is margins that you invest in, right? If somebody has a payroll coming up for $10 million and they divest on the 20th, but the payroll doesn't clear till the 30th, well, we got 10 days where we could recognize some of that gain and then benefit that and things like that. So
So it's a lot of cash management within my office.
So do you do that on a daily or weekly?
it depends. The biggest thing, there is a little level to it that's on a daily, because one of the biggest things is we have a balance on our account, right, that has everybody's money in there. So the account balance we try to keep low so we could invest more. And so that portion is daily to go overall as the big picture on investments, to see what we have in bonds, what things are maturing. That's usually more on a weekly basis. So it just depends what portion and part of it. But yeah, it definitely has a part that you have to do on a daily, because the biggest thing is if our balance doesn't have enough to clear a payroll for school district, for example, or the port, then we're in trouble. We over invested the funds somewhere and we don't have enough of liquidity on cash. So it kind of depends, but we have enough of cash forecasting and kind of tracking to know, okay, well, these are the big hitters: payroll, AP, whatever it is for whatever district it is.
Any 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. investing?
5 p.m. to 7 a.m., no.
To put it in perspective, how good these recent years have been, here's 2021, where it looks like we collected about 81,000.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why we kind of bring it to light. I mean, this has been a big part of what made 24 budget work and maybe 25 budget, but it's really, really, really dangerous to rely on this as a normal operating revenue, because we just don't know. I mean, across the board, the rate, the Fed started talking about cutting the rates. They did a cut about 3 weeks ago, 50 basis points. There's been a lot of conversation about doing that again. And just from that alone, we've seen about a 20-25% dip in rates, which is quite a bit. And this it's just from the Fed's having a conversation about a cut. You already see a direct impact in the market, because we have a few brokers that are approved on our finance committee list that we talk to daily. And so we have a pretty good idea of what the market is offering as far as treasuries and stuff goes. And I mean, just one of the chairmans coming out from the Federal Reserve and saying, hey, we're going to look at rates and potentially have a cut. There's a massive dip instantly. Just a perception alone. It's pretty unique how it works. Besides those, I could go into annual line if you guys wish for me to. I think usually those are the 4 big things we hit. We usually hit property tax, sales tax, investments, and just some of the leasehold and PILT. If you guys have any questions, or if you want to.
I have something else here. So we do have a PUD privilege tax that comes in. It's a PILT, and it is it's a PUD privilege tax. So what it is nuclear and non-nuclear, and the assessor was the one. It's the Energy Northwest is what drives it. It's on sales of energy that we use, and it's basically we should be increasing, but then Energy Northwest goes down for repair and services. So this year was a down year. And I just wanted to let you know that current expense only gets 10% of that. It's distributed out to fire districts, cities, libraries, all these other things. So we only get 10% of whatever we collect from that money.
Is there any PILT coming in from the Hanford?
Yes.
Yes. So,
It's the U.S.
That's
Department of
the-
Energy PILT payment.
So we got 214,000 in PILT money this year for 2024, and the way that works, I know I think he'll probably talk more about that, but essentially the Congress allocates amount they're going to pay out in PILT, and then based on that they allocate that to the counties, and they've told us before that they might not pay that amount. It's kind of up to them, and there's not much we can do about it.
Does that go with the continuing resolution that they keep passing? Does that automatically?
If they fund the Department of Energy, and that is in the Department of Energy's budget, they have to pay us. If they don't fund that line item, then they don't. That's the clause in the contract within there. So I send a bill every year to the Department of Energy for the PILT based upon land values out there with some reductions. Is it rangeland? How much of it's got waterfront property? And in some ways, it's like a portion of what would it be worth to the county in taxation if we could put homes and farms and other things along there. So it was just over $1 million this year for all the taxing entities, and of course, the county got a couple of $100,000 of that for our general fund.
And when is that known if it will be in the 25 budget?
Well, we're forecasting for it. We're definitely counting on that money, but we don't get that payment till about mid-year. So it's a matter of us receiving it when they
They don't
allocate
have
it.
to pay it till the end of October. I send them a bill in February,
And we
but
actually
they don't have
a
to pay
copy
it
of
till
the bill you
end
send
of
us. If you guys
October,
want to
yeah.
see what that looks like. We got 2 copies.
And I did have to do a modification this year. They actually caught an error that I did. I wasn't charging them enough on a small little piece of some rangeland, and they sent me an email and said, hey. So, yeah.
And that sheet just to kind of give you guys an idea of what John sends out to them, saying, hey, this is the amount of acres that's has water, doesn't have water, rangeland, and so
Right.
on, and how we're calculating the amount.
One other question I have
It-
before we get any further. Oh,
And
go
does the
ahead.
boundary include all of Franklin County, though? It's just a portion.
It's only a
of
portion
it's a
up on-
portion.
across from Hanford.
The impact area.
Correct.
Right.
Has a circle around it. It picks up, I think, a little of Grant,
Well,
Well,
Grant
Villafranca-
sends their own bill,
Yeah,
Benton
yeah,
County
right.
sends theirs, Benton County is a pretty
Yeah.
significant
say,
amount because of
Benton
the
is the big
land.
one,
And then,
Most
that
of it
even,
legal.
a portion of it even goes to the Othello School District, North Franklin School District, not Pasco because they're outside that area.
Is
Hospital district, fire district up there,
Adams involved in this too, because they're right there too.
They actually do not get a
They're not.
portion, and it's a really
they
sore
do
subject.
not. It comes across to Franklin County and then right down where Grant is and spreads back out.
Yeah.
Yes. So they're not involved.
So what, my other question that I wanted to ask earlier was on the sales tax, and I hate to back up, but
Sure.
we're at 7.2. When's the year end? Is it December 31st for
No.
sales tax?
So, well, December 31st collection is still part of 2024 sales tax. So anything we receive in January and February, we allocate back to the prior year. And
Oh,
so
you
the
do?
way we forecast and do all that, we account
So
for
we
that.
have to the end of February for this year's
Yeah.
accounting, and we're at 7.2 right now?
No, we're at 4.8, I believe, as
You're
of right now.
projected at
Yeah.
7. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So what we do is we will look at, well, and with the way this month or September came in, we're going to be closer to the 7.6, 7.7 amount
Gotcha.
now. Because what we're doing is, and I'm sure Tim does a similar, is we'll look at what we got the past years for the months we haven't collected, and then we'll account for, whatever increases we've seen, 4, 5, 6%, and we'll forecast that way.
Okay,
But yeah.
so, and what has been previous years in December and November with Christmas coming up and the holidays?
So I could give you
So we're
some.
always 2 months behind.
I know.
Okay. So it's right here.
So, for example, in 2024, in January, we received for what we collected in November, that was 646,000. In February, we received what we collected in December, that was 735,000. So that's why I mentioned that what we received in September was such an outlier to get 787,000, because I don't know if people are going back to school or what to get so much revenue for a July month outside of a big project happening in a county. And again, it's hard to directly point to that, but a lot of things lead to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for our expenses, we only have 3 of them here that we're actually looking at. Our office line expense, we've increased it $360 just for inflation of supply cost. We also have the armored car service. With the armored car service, we usually pay a base rate, but now they're charging us a base rate plus the insurance of the cash that we have that they're transporting. So it's going to be, it's a new contract. So we're going to be increasing the armored car for $5,000.
And Tim just pulled up a new bill. So the way Loomis works is it's a state contract. It's negotiated by the state, and whatever county wants to jump on could jump on that state contract. And previously was negotiated, or it was at $600 and something, and there was no insurance per 1,000 that you had to pay. Now it went up to $886 a month plus insurance rate. So that's just kind of an example of what a bill looks like now versus what it looked like before. So.
So we also increased our tuition an extra $2,000. So it's going to be a total of $9,500. We have another person in our office that is 2 other people that are going to be using the tuition going forward.
Has that been submitted to HR
Yes.
yet? Okay.
Well, the old way, we send out an email because we used to do the estimate thing, and that was right before they approved the new document thing. I haven't done the new one yet. Actually reached out to Margot, and she told me to give whatever information we have on that, so we're going to submit that. But yes,
We did send out an email to them at the beginning.
there's been some communication to answer your question. I don't know if it kind of happened around that time. There was a resolution that passed about 4 weeks ago, where there's a different form that we use now. I haven't done the new form. We put this together like a week before that, even it was a thing. So now it's just a matter of.
Yeah. I just knew I talked to Margot recently, and I think there was only one department that had submitted anything yet.
You're talking a total of 7,300 for your expense increase for Loomis and the 2 for the schooling and the 3,350, right?
14,860 total.
Because we had budgeted amount for tuition, it would be less if we would use last year's number, but because tuition doesn't carry over, So it starts at zero again. So it would be technically 14,000 because you're not counting last year's whatever we were spending on tuition.
Okay.
It was 300,000 last year, so if you factored that in,
12,000.
it'd be 11,860.
And the tuition, just to point out, it's for one of the people that we added. It's a grade 12 job where it's, you know, these jobs are extremely difficult to fill, and so that's part of little incentives that we're able to utilize as an office, as a county, and say, hey, come work for us. We'll help you get your education. You have to work a year here. There's some policy in that, and it's a small investment on the county side to have qualified employees, and so that's kind of what we try to utilize to incentivize people to come.
If I can go back to investment interest really quick, just because I think you had right around $1.4 million total. I was just curious with, and I know you can't predict the future and everything, what balances we'll have in the accounts and what the interest rates are, but I mean, are you still pretty comfortable with that number, or would you bring it down at all with interest rates going down, or?
I'm pretty comfortable with that number. So total, because it's split between the three lines, we have 1.6 million is what we have it forecasted. The reason I would be more comfortable having that at a higher number if a lot of our investments were long-term investments, but because a lot of the money that we're investing is not our direct cash, a lot of it is in like 40% of it right now currently is in the money market. Money market reacts daily to what is happening in the market. And so because of that, I mean, we've already seen a pretty massive decrease in those. And as soon as there's any type of cut, money market will be the first thing that goes down. And so while we've been benefiting from a money market, it's not something that's going to continue. If we had, we have a certain amount in bonds. We have about $8 or $9 million that we have currently in long-term bonds, anything from 3 to 5 years. If we would have more of our portfolio in bonds, it would be a little bit easier to forecast that because those are kind of locked in payments. But the issue with bonds is now we're locking money that's not our district's money into 3 to 5 year securities, and that carries a pretty big risk too, because then if we need cash,
A lot of the recent ones have been callable too, haven't they?
a lot of the recent ones have been callable too, and that's another thing. A lot of long-term investments that we're kind of in a time now that before, if you invested in a 3-year bond, more likely than not, it was non-callable, or even if it was callable, there was a one call date, which means that, hey, if I bought a $500,000 bond at 5% coupon, I'm going to get my 2 payments a year, and that bond's just going to ride out for the 3 years, and then I'm going to get my par value back. Well, now, because the market is anticipating a drop, I'd say 80% of what we get offered has a monthly call on it, which means, hey, we're going to sell you a 5-year or 3-year bond at 4%, but it's callable monthly. So if rates go down next month, we're going to give you your money back, and we're good. And so that's definitely not the norm, but that has been the bond market we've been in currently, which is a suggestion that they're expecting a change in the rate and a change in the market.
It has not been the norm in the past, but it's becoming the norm
It's
these days.
Well, in the market and the people that work in the market, they're a lot more educated in this field, so they're not going to do anything where they sell a security that's too good where they lose money. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And questions for the treasurer's office? I know we kind of went over 10,000 foot level. We could definitely drill down on anything you guys have questions on, but
Helpful for me.
No further questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
We could squeeze in a quick bathroom break.
So we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thanks, Tim.
we'll reconvene. Are you ready? Okay. Coming back from break, reconvene with District Court. Trinity Orozco and Kelly Fields.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think we'll probably be the least exciting group that you have. We're not revenue generating. We do have some income that comes in, obviously, from fines and costs and infractions and so forth, but we are not in control of how those cases are resolved. And law, really a reduction in the amount of costs that we can even bring in based on indigency and so forth. But overall, it appears that in our budget, we're requesting an additional $6,000, $100 for fees or membership costs.
Membership dues.
900 for a bond that we need to have.
Would you talk a little closer, please? Thank you.
Maybe it's not on. Is it good?
Not hearing. So it should be on the,
Now?
There we go.
Whoa, there we go.
Let's move that away.
Thank you.
And then 5,000 for a work crew to be transferred over to Public Works because they work with our work crew together. So as far as like cost of bags and other things, and then their personnel increase. So $6,000 really. We did increase our fees for ex parte. Ms. Fields called around and discovered that throughout the state, we were charging about half of state average. So we've increased those to be kind of even with the rest of the state, and that's doubled that line item. However, it's not a huge amount of money. It was $6,000, which will pretty much pay for what we have now as far as a request of increase. We're also in talks with Adams County regarding their work crew services, and we intend to come before the board and request that we be permitted to contract with Adams County, which will increase our revenue there. So we're looking for little ways where, although we can't bring in money from individuals, we can contract with other agencies, courts, and so forth to reduce what we have to pay out or to bring in some additional funds. I think one of the biggest expenses that we were looking at would be maybe in our pro tem services fees, which we need. We have trials that go, and sometimes there's a conflict still with me hearing those cases. Bringing in a pro tem for a trial is not cheap. We are utilizing our therapeutic court grant to help offset some of the pro tem fees when they're related to therapeutic court services. We are also contracting or working with Benton County District Court. They will WebEx in and help reduce the amount that we pay for pro tem services. By hearing those one-offs, right now, if we have a one-off case, there's a conflict, we find out that there's an in-custody arraignment, for example, that has a conflict. If we bring somebody in at $75 to cover that, but right now Benton County will hear those for us and they just WebEx in, and it's saving us those costs as well. So we're doing the best we can with what we have. We're kind of working to see how we can keep costs down. We also are transitioning to a new case management software from the state, and its goal is to go paperless, which is going to reduce some of those office costs of just paper and forms and so forth, which will be helpful. They have instructed, at least me, I don't know about Ms. Fields, to kind of take it incrementally so that we can figure out how things work for us so that we're not just trying to jump in and struggle with that transition. Let me see what else. So our therapeutic court is operating under a grant. We're staying within our grant amounts. Everything so far as our employees, treatment services, staff equipment, recovery supports is all covered through that grant. And we have a 10% line item kind of leeway where if we have more than we need in personnel and benefits, then we can send that over to a different line item to try to kind of assist in what we need to get paid without actually asking the county for any money.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how many years is that grant good for?
We reapply every year, but they've said that it's going to be kind of an indefinite. It sounds like the legislator assigns so much money to this pool, and then we submit what we need, and then they make the determination whether or not it's appropriate given.
What happens if the grant disappears?
Then we'll probably come begging for money from the mental health sales tax, which is what it's designed to do.
Okay, thank you.
Our security grant is currently paying for a part-time bailiff that's contracted. We sometimes have the ability of a deputy to come in. We would really appreciate if we could have a deputy that was assigned to our courtroom. because things get kind of hairy sometimes. And I know that we're just district court, but we're working with the same people. This last year, we had Deputy Rogers come in, and he's arrested 39 individuals from our court. It sounds like we're the primary court that sends people to him to work with. I think maybe 1 or 2 have been arrested out of Superior Court. So he's there, he's helpful, and we need somebody. The bailiff that we have is only there for security purposes to make sure that everyone's safe. They're not there to take somebody or remand somebody to the jail if necessary. That's when we need the deputy to step in. And we only have a security officer right now for 2 days a week. So those other 3 days, we're kind of just texting if we need him, and that's concerning. The last grant cycle, we used those funds, and we actually received more than what we had requested to put in the cameras in the rotunda so that there's a safety issue, that we can make sure that we're all secure. This year, we're gonna use that to install the access panel and the elevator to prevent anyone who's not an employee from going into the basement, so that we've kind of locked off that area. We're also looking for other areas that we need to work with as far as security is concerned, and have the state hopefully help pay for those costs. And finally, the opioid funds, we have submitted our opioid abatement plan to GCBH as required, and that's posted on their website. I think that they're maybe handling 3 different jurisdictions here, so Walla Walla, Benton, and Franklin. There might be one more in there. And every time that we have an expense, it's not necessarily within that line item that we selected, we contact them, we explain what we're trying to do, and they say yes or no. So they're kind of in control of how we're spending that, just to make sure that we're keeping it within the settlement requirements. But otherwise, I don't know if you guys have any questions about what we're doing, or if there's anything on our budget that maybe is concerning to you.
Mr. Chairman? Go ahead.
Tim?
Would you speak just a little bit more to some of the grant funding being able to pay for bailiff or sheriff deputy?
Right, so we have our security grant, and right now, because we're in a lower, I think it's more rural, anything they gave it to, there's an issue here. They've granted us 60% of any cost that we pay. So we are currently trying to get the courthouse up to speed as far as protection is concerned, safety. They are paying for the bailiff services, but they're very specific on what we can pay for. So it has to be contracted, it has to be armed, they have to be trained. Like, there's a long list, and there's, I think, one agency in the Tri-Cities that meets all of those requirements. So that's who we're contracting with. But the amount of funds that they gave us for that specific item is very restrictive. There's another list of things that we can do as far as equipment and services and so forth that we're kind of working out of. Last year, I was told that they didn't have, a few jurisdictions didn't spend all their money. So then they realized that we needed the assistance, so then they gave us the extra funds. And we had already spent over a little bit, so then they were to cover that.
So the sheriff has requested another FTE for security here. That would not be eligible for any of those funds?
No.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up on that, the sheriff has to give the authority for anybody to carry a firearm or any protection. Has he granted that to this?
The company, I don't know. They also are in Pasco Municipal Court, so my assumption is that everything is clear.
Okay.
They're the full contracted services. Pasco Municipal has their bailiffs there 5 days a week, and has cleared it with the sheriff. So I'm assuming that because we're with the same company, that it's fine.
So there is armed security outside of the sheriff's department in this building?
2 days a week.
Thank you.
Tim, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna mention, if there wasn't any other questions on those current expense ones, there's also the opioid settlement fund and trial court improvement if the.
Please.
Well, so the opioid is really just the settlement amount that we have. We went through their requirements and their settlement agreement, and there's some boxes that we checked that say what's going to be appropriate. I know that we only checked what would be appropriate to court services because we're using it through the therapeutic court. I do know that there's like education, assistance to other outside agencies that can be granted. Right now, if we need something, again, we just reach out to them and make that work. As far as trial court improvement, it's just a specific amount we receive each year. This year, we use the amounts to pay for the scanners, I think potentially printers and computers that we had to update to get onto this new case management software.
As far as the opioid one, that's one we're getting, is the longest one that we're getting, is it 18 years we're getting funds?
I thought it was 10, so maybe there might be one that's longer. Well, at first we just started receiving checks and we were like, what are we gonna do? And then we got the information, and so we started going through it and filling it out, and then I got online and I filled out the application or the account so that we can actually see what's supposed to be coming and when it's coming, but some of them don't have agreements yet. So it's just kind of up in the air. We filled out the application and sent it in, and we're hoping to receive a response, but that'll take, I think, some time.
Were those the ones from AOC or from the county portion that group? Do you recall?
It's from,
Is it from the state portion or the
it's
county?
a settlement amount, right, from,
The state
that was
portion
going
of
to the
settlement
county.
amount? Or it is the county's
Right.
portion of the settlement amount? Okay.
Or that are, I think there's already been like 3 or 4 that settled.
There's one that I know for certain that's waiting for the amounts.
All right, any further questions? Hearing none, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we need to take a 10-minute break, or we want to move on through? Apparently we are.
I think we already did our break. I'd say keep going.
Yeah,
We are ready. Come on up. You're the next contestant. On The Price is Right.
There's no prizes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ruby Ochoa, Mr. Killian's chief deputy. This is Mr. Killian's financial officer, chief financial officer, Connie Rhodes. Mr. Killian's joining us by phone. Is he on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Well, there's been no significant changes to revenues or expenditures for our office, other than that we've worked with HR over the last several years to improve our position structure, similar to other county offices, to promote career growth and retention within our department. We're asking for the reclassification of 3 deputy clerks, LPA 2 positions to senior deputy clerks. The information is included in our budget package, including the job description and organizational chart, and there is a $9,000 fiscal impact to the budget. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Could you, maybe just a couple questions about how the, let me remember that the right title is, the Blake, kind of the transfer of that, the payment section to state AOC. How's that going? Is that,
Sure, we'll let Connie speak on that.
Well,
and are you having much, do you have much activity with the Blake settlement in the?
yes. We upload those to the state, to AOC, once a month. It just depends on how quickly the orders are coming from the prosecuting attorney's office. In the very beginning, we got quite a few orders, and so it's, some months we have a lot that we're uploading. Other months we'll have like 15 that we upload, but they're getting uploaded on a regular basis to AOC, and the defendants are collecting their money. So they're pretty good about getting on there and filling out the proper application and whatnot, following the steps, and and getting their money. And we are getting our funds for our clerk's time as well.
Great.
And I do those, I submit that to AOC every 3 months.
Does each county department, like public defense, prosecutor, they all submit their own separate amounts then to AOC?
Yes.
Okay. And if I recall, these are 3 current positions that you have 6, was it 6 clerk? How many positions are being regraded?
3,
3.
yes,
Out of how many?
out of 12.
Okay.
No.
So no new positions, just reclassifications.
No, just a small reclassification.
Okay.
We just believe it's an investment to ensure the retention and efficient management of our office, to increase these 3 positions. We've tried over the years to compensate our staff accordingly, and we're here to ask for that once again.
Any questions?
Oh.
All righty,
Wow.
thank you.
There are a couple other miscellaneous funds as well, if there's any desire to talk about those, including there, in the audit O&M, there was a larger than, this is a clerk imaging request that was a pretty big project that I know that your office was wanting to do this next year.
Yes.
From the O&M fund, we were approved of a $300,000 payout for a project that requires some digital imaging to be uploaded into our case management system. We're currently working with AOC and Tyler to ensure that the process will work for these digital images to move onto Odyssey seamlessly and correctly, so we won't be incurring that money until that process has been completed.
And then there are the, and not to pick on Commissioner Bauman, but with him being the newest one here, some of these other miscellaneous funds might be, good to even hear what the purpose of them are, and, just some basic detail on these funds. There's the courthouse facilitator and the clerk LFO collection.
Maybe even go back and explain what the auditor O&M fund is, for what it's intended for. If you know that, or if not, I'm sure, Tim, you could do that.
Yes, please, and a quick question before you go there. So, see if my magic button's working. Here we go. So, in the request, how do I open it up to see what these are for? Because I open it up and go into the details, and it doesn't give me any information.
A lot of the miscellaneous funds, you're not going to see any information attached. These are, they balance on their own, and historically, there hasn't been a request by the commissioners to submit supporting attachments with any of this stuff. So typically, it's just what the department has submitted, just the amount, and then any discussion points that happen within the workshop.
The O&M fund, from our perspective, is to preserve the court record, the history of the court record. So we have to make sure that everything is available forever.
Yeah, so forgive me for this question, but in not having known before, to preserve the record, is that for storage in the cloud, or what exactly is that?
Well, we want to take physical files that are in storage, in off-site storage, have them scanned and converted into our case management system. We have most everything in the case management system. This would be the last batch of records that need to be transferred into our system.
So next year, that wouldn't be, we're no longer scanning things across, so now it's, they're
Correct.
there. Now we're
Correct.
paying for storage.
Everything will be there, and we won't be paying off-site storage.
That's really helpful, thank
So
you.
the auditor's O&M fund is it a $5 surcharge on each
That sounds right.
document that's recorded, goes into a fund that allows the counties to create a set of resources to protect and preserve both historic documents, but all documents. And it gives us a tool to say, now how do we go from all of those paper records to now, how are we going to digitize those is one of the main things. So it's a separate fund. It's outside the county current expense fund. It can only be used for a very statutory specific purpose. It's RCW 3622-170 that gives the ability for that surcharge, or requires it actually to impose that surcharge. And then we look, there's, I don't know if it's the county auditor, et cetera, the group that looks to say, okay, how do we then utilize those purposes?
It's headed by the county auditor, and then there's several departments that have some access to the fund, and there's a committee that ultimately, when people have new requests such as this one, that there will be an email that going around, asking if there's support for this cost, and if so, then it can get added to that budget. And so the clerk is one that has used funds. Most years they've used funds, but the commissioner's office has a small piece of this budget. The coroner, I think, there's several. I'm drawing a blank now on all the departments that have access to it, but there's several that have a small piece of this budget allocated each year.
So, 101-260, nothing budgeted in 2024, but requested 310,000 for 25.
For this department, I suspect other departments had in the past, and I don't know.
I
Jim,
can bring up the whole fund.
I'm sorry, I just opened the clerk item and
Yeah.
have been going down through there.
Yep.
Yes, and the clerk one only shows their portion of this.
Of their
of
request.
that budget, but here's the whole O&M department, and so I mean, this top part is the revenue piece, which there's estimated $576,000 of beginning fund balance, $654,000 total revenue, including that beginning fund balance, and then there's so this first part is the auditor's office amounts allocated there. And then as you go down, you'll see there's 102-160, which is the clerk's office. There's 102-20, the coroner's office, 102-650, the treasurer's office, 102-680, commissioner's office. And so each of these has a piece of that overall budget. And this is something that the bulk of this budget can be discussed during the auditor's office session as well.
You might be able to go back and show historically where some of those big investments were made to preserve and start to digitize records.
Yeah, I know at one for a couple years or so we had a position that was scanning some documents and doing that for his time here.
So if this is your last year of getting caught up, you won't require any more of these funds, and then we'll still collect the $5 per filing, correct?
It is collected, it is continued to be collected, and it's not just allocated to them.
Right.
It's collected within
For-
just the O and M.
Yeah, you went
fund
through
and
the
then-
other departments.
So we have estimates of, so this would take a decent part of the fund
Right.
balance carryover, but there's still, I've got 50,000 allocated to, this document preservation line. There's $9,000 that's a homeless housing fee. There's, another 19,000 for auditor O and M historical preservation.
Right.
So there's, 78,000
Additional.
annually a year, give or take. that-
Oh.
Yeah,
Also-
I do want to make,
Excuse me. Also, once the project's complete, we're going to be saving about $700 a month in off-site storage. So
Right.
that bill will go away.
Yep.
and quicker retrievil of information, and a whole
Yes.
bunch of other items.
Yeah, it's
But-
right at our
yeah,
fingertips, so.
I just want to make the clarification, the $5 fee is not on a filing, a court filing. It is on a recorded document in the auditor's office. Most of which are probably real estate and other
Gotcha.
type of activities.
Okay.
Now I realize where I'm at. I had a technical difficulty that Eric helped me with, so now I'm on the right page.
Of course. We have two other funds. We can talk about the 116 court facilitator, which is a contracted position. We have a person who is mandated to assist the public on a family law docket. She comes every Monday and is available to assist pro se litigants so they're ready for their hearing in front of the judicial officer, so time isn't wasted in the courtroom with people who aren't quite ready to have their final documents signed, things like that. And then the second part of her job is we schedule appointments for her at the rate of $35, so people can come in and have access to her by appointment only, to, again, go over their paperwork and help them through the litigation process for family law cases.
And our other fund is the LFO, the 117, the LFO collections. That's changed through the years. That was a collection fee that we were able to obtain on each case, which we're no longer able to do that. However, we still are collecting on the cases that we have by means of garnishing wages, which we've been doing for a couple of years now. Times have changed with the fees that are assessed to the criminal cases. So we do have restitution and some fines that are still assessed. We can sometimes get a crime victims fee on there and no longer any DNA or, it just depends on the case and the court. But as far as the collections, we are garnishing wages. That's our main collection in our office at this point. And we're pretty successful. We're pretty successful with that. Currently, we're trying to get on with we used to be able to get on with iLeads and search for personal information. That is very helpful with garnishing of wages. And then we are, iLeads is no longer, and now it's a new system, and so we're with the sheriff's office, so we're working through the humps on that. But we are garnishing wages for collection.
Just to remind folks, LFO is legal financial obligations that have greatly diminished
Yes,
with actions of the legislature.
yes.
Just curiosity, there's a pretty large contingency, then how is that generally expended? If I'm reading that correctly?
Looks like we're gonna have about 78,000 to start the year in cash in that fund.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where we would get that 8,000, that would be the grant money. That would be coming in, I believe it's 8,000.
$8,111 this year.
I think the question was though too, is how will this be spent through the years? Because it looks like we only have 4,000 budgeted for office and operating supplies. Is there gonna be some big expenditure down the road on, related to this money?
We don't anticipate one, Mr. Killian.
Correct me if I'm misinterpreting you, Eric.
Yeah, that's really my question, yeah.
We don't anticipate.
No, it would roll over into the next budget year, unless Mr. Killian has anything to add.
Can you hear me? We won't be expending anything out of the 116 or the 17 rather.
Okay, thank you.
Are you speaking to us, Michael, or?
Yes, there's a bit of a delay.
All right, thank you.
That pretty much cover everything, Tim? We're good there?
It does.
All right,
All right, well, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you. Human Resources Disability Board, Margot Wilder. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Thank you.
I finally got some fall weather. This 80 degrees is harsh in my autumn vibe. Okay. First, I'd like to point out that I think there's a almost 30% reduction in our budget request this year. Big portion of that is the money that was put aside last year for the study. And then secondary to that is the reduction for contracted services. At the end of 2023, we lost our county's negotiator, if you will, for contracts, for, not contracts, sorry, labor unions. So that was paid by Human Resources. Now the attorney that is, that we use is paid by the PA's office. So those are some of our major reductions. Along the lines with that, we are asking for a somewhat substantial advertising increase. A big portion of that is I'm anticipating for the RFP, which I am working on, and to what that might cost us for advertising costs for getting a county administrator. Background checks, just a slight increase in that. Those are just going up. Most of the requests are just kind of a inflation sort of thing. Our copier lease will be expiring this year, so mid 25, I think it's a little bit into the fall. We'll be coming back for an extension on that. I think the increase is around 10%, so that's a estimate there in those increases. And then, like I said, our contracted services at the end, the 20,000 is really just for that wellness and tech credit that we received through Hub's negotiations with Primera. So it's 15,000 for wellness, 5,000 for the tech. We pay those costs and then we get reimbursed from Primera. So we have to have some money set aside for that. So I dropped it from 68,000 to 20,000 to cover those tech credits. So, any questions on any of that?
No questions.
No? While you're contemplating that, I'll give you a little bit of information what we in Human Resources do for you as the county. Some of our biggest things are, of course, recruiting, and which with that comes with our onboarding, which covers benefits, DRS, and all of those requirements that we have to get an employee onto our system. FMLA, PFML, which is family medical leave and paid family medical leave. Workers' comp, of course, the disability board, we'll cover that one a little bit. The benefits, policies, comp reviews, of course, our portion of public records, which will be limiting to some degree now with interim public records officer, employee relations, and of course, a really big one is labor negotiations. So just so you have a little bit more idea what we do. So for disability board, it's pretty much, I forgot to print that one out, but it's pretty much the same across the board. I don't think I really asked for any increases.
No changes.
No changes. Last year, we did have a pretty substantial increase request, but then we dropped it because unfortunately there was a member who passed away. So that was unfortunate news in that aspect, but yeah, no changes for this upcoming year for the disability board. And we are now down to 4 members. We had unfortunately had another member pass away last year. So there are 4 remaining active members of on the disability board.
How is that replaced?
On the board itself, it was actually, did you have some?
I think what she's referring to is the so the law enforcement officer and firefighter disability board, which provides through LEF 1, provides benefits to those LEF 1 retirees. I think Margot was referring
Retirees, yeah.
to a retiree passed away.
Now I
not a
understand.
board member.
Yeah, sorry.
Now I understand.
Actually, it's kind of a twofer because one of the retirees that did pass away last year was on the board, so we did get that replaced. It was the law enforcement position on the board, and that was replaced just this last week
It was, yes.
with a former, actually Franklin County Sheriff's deputy, well, former
For that
commander.
clarification.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think Commissioner Mullen is the board's representative on the left.
I am. And that program is no longer in.
Correct. Left one has not been an option since, yeah,
So it was a very rich benefit.
very much so. Yes.
Gone away, and you said there's 3 or 4.
There's 4 retirees left on the,
Oh, sorry. And there's 4 retirees still
yeah.
eligible for benefits. And so what is happening here is these expenditures here are reimbursements of benefits.
And so is that a finite fund? Or that comes out of the general fund until it is no longer necessary?
It comes out of the general fund until it's no longer necessary, which as people age, you would expect these costs to go up as well, so.
Which would have been that larger request I referenced
Yeah.
earlier. That was for more of a long-term care
Correct, we had.
facility.
You actually saw some counties acquire long-term care insurance for retirees as a potential way to potentially limit exposure, but it may not be worth that value for you now.
But in 2023, we had spent on this one line, we had spent $83,000. And so that's come back down after.
Yeah. You
what
may
Margo
remember
mentioned.
we had come to the board to ask for that increase, and then we had requested in the budget, but like I said, unfortunately, one of the retirees passed away that was in that need, so. Any other questions?
No, I think this is a really just good reminder if anyone's listening as well. We have a new board member. There's a lot of acronyms that people don't know. There's a lot of programmatic areas that are new. So the more that we can do to help explain those, I think is really, really critical. So.
once again, not to pick on Commissioner Bauman.
No, but I'll tell you, even, you know,
Not afraid to ask questions.
I'll tell you, even after all, I like, well, what acronym is that? I'm searching that out. I know you do. Legal financial obligations, if you just
Know
say
enough to
LFO,
know
or
that you
have
gotta
some-
ask
if you have-
lots of questions.
If you have a citizen listening, what's an LFO? So the more we can do to help educate, probably be good.
Sure. All right, any further questions? Tim, any more comments?
I do not have any.
All right,
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
thank you. And at this point, we'll break for lunch, or do we want to move into the sheriff's? I mean,
They're not prepared to
Yeah.
be here.
He's not
I'm
here.
sure.
Yeah, I think probably be best to
Break for lunch.
and
Yeah,
then-
unless there's just some general, we have time for
Yeah.
general discussion if you
There
have
you
any
go.
questions as
There we
well. Tim, and is that all right? Do you think?
Yes, I mean, I
Yeah,
think that's good, yeah.
About what we've covered so far, any thoughts, you know?
Well, just for clarity, like Human Resources, their budget's been reduced by 270,000 because of the obligations that we had previously been objected to last year are no longer there. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, a lot of it, a lot of the request had to do with the consor
Yep.
study, and well, it was Gallagher initially, and then became consor, and they were contracting with another gal. I always forget her name, but Carrie Locke.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so, yeah, a lot of that, and I think we only ended up spending right around 100,000 on that.
Only.
If I-
The contour study, I will just say, did not provide you with
Good
a
information.
robust wage study.
Right.
It did do a little bit of a wage study, but it was not a system-wide wage.
It was intended to be more of a wage comparison, I believe it was phrased as, and not necessarily going into the evaluation of positions. It was more, looking at job titles, and I might say this wrong to a certain extent, but looking at job titles from here, from this place and this place, and comparing them. But I don't think it was intended to be a deep dive.
But getting back to my initial question, this has already been all factored in to our end result. This 240 has already been factored into the budget and where we're at and where we're going to be at.
The 195 has not been removed yet, so.
Oh, it has not.
It has not. It's just in as a
Gotcha.
request right now, which it's in, I would say it's probably a pretty easy request.
Okay.
No, in fact, I mean, as you look at these, there's, so like for all the expenditures, if it would be in this column here, if it was approved, you'd see this number moved over to here, and then it would factor into your current surplus or deficit.
Okay.
So there's 105,000 remaining. Adopted 2024 is 195, actual is 90, which is an excess of 105,000 that was not used. Is that accurate?
No, this is just the request. So you get what you started with last year, essentially. So last year they had budgeted 195. So that
If you go back to, yes, you're correct. If you go back to year-to-date expenditures,
That's the budgeted.
yes.
That's actual.
That's correct.
The nexus of that, it's 105,000. So does that 105,000 carry over into our
Ending,
we would actually gain 195 on our current deficit, because this
where
this
does
full
the 105
195
go?
so if you don't spend if that bottom line stays the same, let's go all the way down to 101,887. That means that the expended, this is all in current spent, would go to the current expense ending fund balance. It would be unexpended revenues.
And I've tried to do my best already to factor that into the beginning fund balance
That-
numbers. So,
got it.
So
That's-
I've
that's my
got,
question.
so I have factored the fact that we're done paying on that in the beginning fund number balance.
I'm not
Now-
afraid to ask questions.
Now that doesn't, there's about, 1,000 moving pieces in trying to calculate the beginning fund balance. So, I mean, it's, it's a best guess on a lot of different lines and stuff. But I do know that's one of the ones that I have factored in as being completely spent already at this point. So we do have, so I mean, to that point, we have $105,000 savings this year, which is factored in, but also by approving this within the 2025 budget, we'd shave off $195,000 off of the current deficit.
And again, what was the beginning fund balance?
The deficit,
7.8 million, I believe we have in there.
are you wanting the deficit that we,
No, I just want the beginning fund balance, what the
Gotcha.
projected is.
got you.
So, back to the veterans discussion, veterans fund discussion we had. So our current fund balance is 787,000. Just as I went through that, it appears that we need to maintain a fund balance of about 450,000, just rounding numbers that I heard. That's a nexus of 337,000. Is that potentially available for other needs?
I think we got to look into that.
Yeah, I can't begin to tell. You
No,
reading the RCW.
I would defer to the prosecutor's office on that.
It'll
But
be,
the funds that we can collect for this year could be put into our general fund.
That was my understanding from the assessor's office, and once again, I'm not an expert on that, but from what it sounded like,
Who would know that? Our legal team?
legal team certainly would be the best ones to talk to on that, but I know I talked to both Fenny and John from the assessor's office, and they had said that that it's a current expense collection or whatever that ultimately can be, which normally is then allocated to the Veterans Fund, but you're not required to, and so then you're not required to make that allocation, so then you can keep it in current expense
Yeah.
and spend it on
So
current
there's a
expense.
section for the amount of the levy allocated to the purposes specified in the section may be reduced in the same proportion as the regular levy of the county. And then there's some other purposes, there's some other mechanisms to be able to do that based on the certified level of the preceding years and the amount. So
It's all up
you
in the air.
really need to kind of like walk our way through this. It's not as,
there's
Cut
a
and dry.
possibility
Yeah.
with some of the stuff that is in the fund and the 2025 to be collected, that number, there's a possibility that number could be $500,000. Not a long-term solution, but there's potentially that there's something there.
And that was, you were speaking potentially moving money from the Veterans Fund plus?
Just looking, knowing that we have a wide gap to fill, just as we go through this process, anything like that we can identify that may be opportunity.
So Tim, as far, I'm taking notes here, the assessor has a $6,000 increase to his budget, is what I have down. The treasurer, a $14,000 increase. District court was a $6,000 increase. County clerk was a $9,000 increase. Am I correct in all those?
I'd have to quickly go through and, I mean, I can quickly go through and verify those, but I'd have to.
What was your recollection for court, district court?
District court was 6,000. Let me double check. Treasurer was 14. I had 73, but that was factoring the A district court was a $6,000 increase. That's the one that I'm not sure of.
Yeah, and Commissioner, ours was $6,000 decrease, not an increase.
A $6,000 decrease?
Decrease in our budget. We've cut budget, not increased it.
Well, thank you for
So
that.
it's a $12,000 offset for you.
Good, good. I tell you, I'm getting better news than I thought I was getting.
And what did you think the clerk was?
Clerk of the board was 9, I believe. $9,000 increase. That was for the getting up people.
Readjustment, yeah.
Yeah, readjustments. Would you come up, Tim, on the,
I'm seeing,
for the district court? Oh, that was the one I was unsure about.
for
Didn't
For
think that it
John's,
was
I'm
that
seeing
high.
$500 total
That's what I,
increase.
Additional revenue, which was
Oh, okay.
5,000 extra on the revenue.
Okay. But just on expense request, it's a $500 increase on expense request.
again.
And then you were saying district courts?
Yes, that's the one I was unsure of. I wrote down $6,000 increase because I thought that's what they were.
Well, they actually have a total of $143,000 of decreases when you include district court, probation assessment, and therapeutic courts. The majority of that coming from therapeutic courts because they had reduced that to match what the
So it's
grant revenue was.
143,000 decrease?
Correct.
And again, that's not moved to the finished column, so that's gonna make us look better too at the end of the year.
This is factored in already.
That is factored in?
5,000 of it is. $5,000 increase is factored in. The rest is not. It's just a request right now.
Because you said until it's to that furthest column to the right.
Correct. And so
And it's not
none
there
of
right
these,
now.
so none of these are on this. There's a $5,000 transfer that is at 148,000. These were ones that the therapeutic court ones were ones that they had sent to me within like the last
Can you
week
tell,
or so.
can you tell though whether those were like grant-funded reductions versus true county current expense dollar reductions?
They are, it's,
Or trial court improvement?
it's grant related. So initially they had in, let me pull up the therapeutic courts budget. So initially, they had $275,000 in for their grant, but then down below they had, I think it was the $403,000 that they had in for expenditures. Well, they realized that was too high. They wanted to match up their revenues to expenditures, and so then they sent to me within the last week or two. They sent me some reductions to these lines, which is what all of these are.
So it is grant.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's grant funded, but, so we have a revenue in there and then we have the expenditure as well.
Will that make us look better on the bottom line?
Yes, I mean,
We'll be able to use that against the deficit that's been projected here?
yes.
Okay, well, that's good news.
what did you show on HR?
Nothing, zero.
That's
They-
what I,
She zeroed out. In fact, they actually they have a reduction because of all the stuff we did last year with, Consor and everything, right? HR, it was a zero?
It was a net decrease in HR as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, if the board is in agreement, I can move all of these reductions in therapeutic courts as approved, and then I can.
Yeah,
I
I'd
don't
say
know if
do it.
I don't know if the HR. I don't know if you want to do. There were some. I think the ones within therapeutic courts were. I think there might have been an increase as well. No, all of those are all of these ones are decreases. So, I mean, so all of these can be moved over if the board wants them to. And then I can do the same to HR. They did have some increases as well. So I don't know if you want to
They
go
have
through.
advertising increase, I know.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I don't know if the board supports all those increases or if you want to go through those one by one. But if there's agreement on these, I can move these over.
Yeah, I'd say move them over.
I believe that that's the legitimate place that they are supposed to be.
Yeah, yes.
This may be too naive a question, Tim. Is there a reason we wouldn't accept every decrease that's proposed by the departments?
I mean, I think because a lot of times there's, no, I mean, a lot of times there's offsetting increases too.
Yeah, that's true.
And so,
I do think, I
so
know
it's,
there's
so it's
a
easy,
couple
so,
departments that are making a bunch
so,
of
so it's
trades.
easy to accept a decrease, certainly. But then if you're only taking those decreases, but then they have some offsetting increases, I mean, I think this one's a pretty safe one, certainly.
Yeah.
We could accept their decrease and not accept their increase.
Oh, certainly. Certainly.
Of all these departments that we went through so far, though, there wasn't any higher increases than there was decreases, so.
Nothing significant,
So if there's.
operationally.
Yeah, if there's nothing that is offsetting, I say we move them over and make it look a little easier for us. The mountain that we're trying to climb right now, so every foot that we get up that mountain is better.
What do people think, what do you think the economy is going to do next year?
Well, if I could forecast that, I'd be a rich man. I don't know, I mean,
I mean, I do think, and I think we know, we've projected, I think, 20% less. It's actually a little more than 20% less in interest income. 20%, I think, would be at 1.8 million, I think is at 1.6. So they're projecting conservatively, which
Yes,
is probably
that's-
appropriate.
that's very good.
Probably appropriate. Sales tax, I mean, you know, I think the study and the information I think I provided you, about 30% of sales tax is based off of new construction generally. So when we've heard new construction, you know, in both commercial and residential and multifamily here is, in the county, is
booming.
and not sure I see that over the next year changing. But, you know, what could happen with the rest of sales tax is, you know, is a projection, that's all it is. But they've, as you can see, I mean, you projected, and I can go back and show you the history, you've projected fairly low. It ends up into your end fund balance, but it's definitely, you're having to maybe make a bigger road fund shift than you necessarily have to make because you're trying to capture that balance. So I don't, this is the risk, one of the
Yeah,
risky ones.
well, with sales tax and even investment interest in recent years, I mean, we certainly, I would say typically, we've ended up increasing, the board has increased the sales tax before we balance. I mean, the treasurer's typically comes in pretty conservative. You know, not saying right or wrong on that, but they come in pretty conservative, say, you know, a $400,000 increase like I think it is this year. I would say most years, the board ends up increasing that, you know, another $400,000 to $500,000. And yet, even with that, we're still typically coming in over budget. So even, you know, bumping things up, we've still typically been coming in over budget. And with investment interest too, we've it's been one that has been pretty good for us, at least the last couple of years, where we've been pretty significantly over budget. Now, the risk is that you do that, you make really large increases to try to capture what we normally do, plus you know, the additional that we're off each year or whatever. And then so the risk is that we do that and then it doesn't come in. Now you're putting yourself in a bad place. I would, I think maybe even the more appropriate thing is to, if you're going to increase it, that at least some of that goes into ending fund balance to bring the difference between beginning and ending fund balance more in line.
I appreciate the fact that they do that, because you get on the other side of that fence and it's ugly. Then it compounds itself on you.
No, and
You start making mid-year budget
Yeah.
adjustment. You have to manage then, when you start to see revenue that is not coming in as anticipated, then you start to have to make those mid-year budget adjustments that, oftentimes are associated with, freezing expenditures and potentially looking at, delaying hiring. So you might start to have 2 or 3 month hiring delays before, to gain savings in the salaries component to, the worst case scenario is reduction in force and a reduction of service. I mean, those are the worst case. There are some, I don't know if any counties are doing this. We used to do this in our timber funds because, in timber harvest, I know that's not a big issue here for you all, but timber harvest, there's volatility in the cost of timber. In a DNR harvest, you had 3 years to harvest. So if you had a 3-year contract to harvest and the timber market was low, you'd hold that, hoping that the price of timber went up. And so we would try and average out what a 6-year, set of revenues were, because you could see dramatic volumes. You might have 7 million one year and 2 million another year. So if you tried to build a county budget based off of the volatility in timber harvest, you could spend a lot of money one year and then not do that. So you might take a look at historic interest. And so is there a historic average that you are getting that you might want to say will depend on X amount to support operations? I have a hard time thinking you're going to remove, and I appreciate the treasurer's comments, but I have a hard time thinking you're going to remove another $1 million in operational revenue. If you had that luxury, it's probably a good idea. You could utilize it for projects, but I'm not sure you're quite yet at that position to just remove interest income from paying for operations.
It's a good goal to have, but we're not quite there ready to do it yet.
You might start thinking about averaging, looking back to the low years to the high years, and it's okay, what could we kind of average? And then you might actually think about having that kind of money in an average fund, and in the big years, you actually do put it towards, adding into the fund balance rather than spending it. So,
Or into the reserve.
into reserve, yeah, the fund balance,
Right.
reserve, yep.
So I did, I added in the therapeutic courts decreases. I've approved the decreases for the inhuman services for the ones that went down. I don't know if the board wants to also, I don't know if the intent was to also approve the increasing for advertising, which I think was related to the county administrator position, and then there were some other various ones as well.
I think we just make an agreement that Eric's gonna stay with us.
I've already,
You can just pull that one out.
I second that motion.
I'll give you a phone number. I'll give you a phone number to call, and you can talk to her.
So that was a no on the advertising, because you're just gonna keep Eric?
Yes, yeah, it's unanimous.
I think we made a decision there, so you pull that one out.
We'll even let him go down to
This-
2 days a week.
The screen went blank when you said that. I just want to point that out.
Did you also do the assessors 6,000 down?
I think that on the assessor, there was only, there was a $500 increase. There was revenues. The revenues was already, the revenues is just, we added in as presented. And so that was added in. So I think the only thing remaining from beyond that was a $500 increase.
We won't worry about that then. So would that, with the decreases, what did it put our deficit at now?
Well, I still haven't added in those increases in the
Oh,
HR
okay.
department, and I don't know if, so,
We're still waiting to hear from Eric, is what you're saying?
You're going to need to put 30,000 in.
so, without doing that, Uh, We're at a $1,366,000 deficit.
Let's just hope the rest of the day goes as good as this first part had.
That would be without any of the veterans' potential 190-some thousand?
Well, it's.
Correct.
It's
We gotta
also
look in-
without any cost of living adjustments.
That's right.
Correct.
Which is, it's also, are you willing to do the 1% for, 100, which is an extra 120,000 if you want to do the 1%. So I think what we can just start, we have a lot of big pieces next Wednesday to
Yeah.
all right, you all start pondering some of these big elements that are out there.
Well, and there are some, there are some big requests upcoming. I mean, there's, IS has the typical, there's computers and just a lot of the other things that, may very well be needed for security and or other reasons. There's that kind of stuff. There's sheriff has requests for, there's a person plus vehicles. The vehicles were, I think it was like 520 or something like that, total 510 total, including one for the new position. There's facilities has several requests for just increasing costs as well as repair and maintenance needs and the two HVACs that I mentioned previously that probably can come from the 170 fund. So there's a lot of requests upcoming as well.
And I noticed at the end of the day here, we've got review miscellaneous funds, and how many miscellaneous funds can we really look at and maybe pluck from?
I would generally say that most of them are statutorily,
Limited to their use.
yeah, they're limited to what they were created for, and so
But
there's probably not a ton that can be done with those.
Eric did point out to us that there's a possibility that if capital was put into those funds, that potentially the capital portion could be withdrawn from. So that would be an area to look at. May or may not have anything of substance there, but that would be something that we could look at. Mr. Chairman, I'd love to see us adjourn. I'm supposed to go to a
Take a
lunch meeting,
recess. Yeah.
or
All right,
recess.
so at this point, we'll recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and start.
We're going to go ahead and start with the budget,
Reconvene.
reconvene the meeting. So, Sheriff's Department and Sheriff's miscellaneous funds.
Well, I suppose we, miscellaneous funds, I don't know that there's any problems with them. Are there any overs or unders with it, Tim?
I mean, I think the only question I would really have on any of your miscellaneous funds is actually on the corrections side.
Okay.
And, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna cover the sheriff's first and then corrections.
Well, I think whatever's easiest for you, for the answers. If you want to go to sheriff's miscellaneous corrections, that's fine too.
I think one of the things, Sheriff, that we have been doing is going through a little bit of, even if there's not much changes, just to familiarize particularly the new commissioner who hasn't been through a budget process before. So that's just a kind of a general overview of them. It'd be great.
Okay. So go ahead, Keelan, with your,
On,
this request.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, the only thing I was going to say on this is I know there was I want to say it was over $1 million that was received back from a contract. I think it might be Summit / Elior, the contract. And I wasn't sure as far as I haven't had a chance to look at it or anything, but I don't know if there's, because I know there's services that are done for current expense and there are services done for this fund, the miscellaneous fund. And so I don't know if there's an appropriate breakdown. I don't know if it's all due to stuff that's in this fund or if there's an appropriate breakdown of part of that money going to current expense and part of it going to this fund or not. Just something to throw out there.
Okay, so from my knowledge, this was one of these things that we were doing our audit. Well, I was basically doing the audit on Summit, and part of the contract was that Summit was supposed to service that account, and it was for commissary and things like that. And so for 3 years, they were not servicing that account. And so when I started looking at it and looking into our banking system, there was, I believe it was 980,000 plus on there. And so that money should have come back to us as part used for the inmates. And for 3 years, it's been building. And that's where that was coming from.
Maybe an overall, so the commissioners have an understanding, is we went to contracted commissary services several years ago. Actually, I believe it was more than 3 years ago.
More than 3 years ago.
Which we then shut down all of our food productions and all those type of things in the jail. And while we were negotiating those contracts, we built into them that, you know, if someone in the facility orders something that's not on the menu, for a lack of better words, or, you know, a book or these type of things that they don't get when they're in jail and their family pays for it, then the commissary company then collects that money and then gives up, if I remember right, 30% of that money. Well, it was pretty obvious just doing projected figures that it was going to make money. And so once it was signed, and then the auditing obviously wasn't the sheriff's office that should have been auditing it, but auditing should have been taking place. But when we started doing checks and balances, we found that there literally was $1 million sitting in the commissary company's accounts that belonged to us or to the county. And so once we recognized that, we notified them, no, we need that money. And getting the money, it took a few things because we had to determine, well, are we going to have to charge them interest now because they didn't pay in a timely manner? Where's the money going to go because it's $1 million? We have to track it back into the system. So ultimately, everything's been brought up to current. The money's been paid in full, right? Mm-hmm. Been paid in full, and then it's been dumped back into the commissary line items which you're viewing here, which basically is $1 million revenue that's come into our jail systems and our work in the jails. And we expect that to be, well, if you divide $1 million by 3, you'll roughly figure out what a projected revenue is for next year with that money, which offsets, you know, things like having to install dryers, and can even use some of that money for hiring of employees in the jail, so on and so on. But it's actually quite a bit of money that we're saving.
So Tim, if you skim down, that's the 938,000 that shows in revenue in 2024. Keep going down. There, right there. Got it. Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
great.
Some of the other items, you see the cost to us, but then in reality, in the long run, it comes back to us. And I'll give you an example of, we've just finished installing medical monitoring devices throughout all of our single cells in the jail. And who's paid for that now? Help me out here.
Oh,
I gotta make sure I say who pays for it, right?
So yes, we paid for it out of one of our line items, and the state reimbursed us $25,000 through a grant. And so it ended up being about $6,000 that we paid total.
And our phone services will eventually give it all back to us.
Right, the phone services,
investment.
that comes back to us. We take a percentage out of that, which that may end if the federal government has its way. We won't be able to charge offenders a fee for using the phones. That's projected next year to they'll have some information for us for sure, where they're going to pass the law or not. So.
Do you know,
Then you have projected revenues and grants that we've already applied for, and some of them that we're receiving.
There's 125 that's right now that the state sent us for the healthcare authority, and that's to go towards health services and tying our electronic monitoring into EPIC, which is statewide care for hospitals and things like that. And that money's to be used for infrastructure and stuff. But the line item, it should go into the 134, and I believe there's going to be a resolution to move it to the 134 and not the OTN account, which is our Suboxone protocol, because that's where it's at currently, and it should be broke out and put into another.
That's a different grant and different funding that each need to be individualized in order to track revenues and incoming revenues.
And remind me, the Healthcare Authority grant is to prepare you to be able to kind of sync together to have Medicaid, Medicare
Correct.
paid for
Correct.
at least a portion of certain services inside the direction facility.
they're
So
in custody.
while they're in custody.
Yes.
So that's a big fundamental change.
Right.
And, you know, a lot of appreciation to the corrections and sheriff and WASPIC and that work really hard to try and assure that we begin to get reimbursement for those, you know, for those in custody at incarceration.
Well, it's important to understand that currently what takes place is an inmate, when they come into the system, all of their state services or whatever they have for medical and mental health, et cetera, it all gets shut off. And bottom line is, the reality is the county taxpayer then pays for all that for them until they leave out the door. The hope is with these grants and this legislation is county taxpayers don't pay for it when they're coming in and out of the system. We'll actually realize a significant savings if it all works out like it's supposed to. But it's incumbent upon tracking numbers and dollars and reporting correctly and being able to point the state or whoever's in there, theirs is where the dollars are coming in and going out, so that you can track all that, because that's how your grants are awarded, is by keeping track of that money.
And Sheriff, do you recall, does that, I know you're building the infrastructure. I can't remember if it's in July of 25 or July of 26 when you actually can start seeking reimbursement. Is it in this fiscal, is it in this fiscal year?
We've already completed phase one, that's
Okay.
125,000. Phase two, I've already submitted phase two, and that one is 826,000 that they will send to us. And again, that's to build our infrastructure, to build Medicaid and things like that. All total, we haven't hit phase three, but all total, about 1.5 million that the state will reimburse us. And then we will go live, all jail facilities will go live in 25.
25.
July of 25.
So we could start to see some healthcare cost savings in the second half of 2025.
Yes.
In theory.
In
That's
theory.
That's the
In
plan.
theory,
Okay.
We probably can project those revenues.
Okay. And has your budget projected any healthcare savings yet? And
No, not yet.
should we try and think about that for the second half of 2025? Could we
Yes.
think about what that might look like? Maybe we can sit and kind of help
Yeah, we can do that.
walk through that.
We can do,
Okay. Thank you. It's a great, and Franklin County was just one of a handful, maybe a third of the county jails that were early adopters, I think. So I think a big appreciation for that.
So previous to now, there's been no Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement, and so we believe the second half of '25 is when that will come into place.
Correct.
For a potential savings of roughly $1.5 million. So half of that in '25, so $750,000 in '25 potential.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it was a federal, it was called Medicaid exclusion. It was actually a true exclusion in the federal law. California and the state of Washington were the first two states that were able to secure a waiver to that exemption. And so, yeah,
most of that work was done through WASB.
so, a lot of thanks.
Other questions on revenues, commissary, and the jail side?
Currently, what is the reimbursement from Adams County
In total or per inmate?
per inmate? And we're restricted on what we can ask for by the state, correct?
We are, yeah. And the bed rate is what you're referring to?
Yep.
And I think it's, what is it,
89.46.
Yep, and Adams County pays that, and whoever comes into the facility, to include the state, because we house, how many state offenders do we have house on the average?
Right now, we're sitting at about 27 DOC offenders. Most, the bulk of our, like today, it was 230 offenders. The bulk of most of our offenders, Pasco, city of Pasco. They take up about 70% of our beds in the facility.
And they all pay their own way.
They pay- yeah.
Unless they're a felony, then.
Unless, once they hit felony,
Yeah.
then the county's paying
county.
for it, yeah.
So is that 80, what was the daily, 80?
88?
It's 89.46.
Okay, and is that, I can't remember the state law, I know it caps it for state, for what the state will pay. Is that true then, the cap of what
So,
we could charge other jurisdictions as well?
so the sheriff has made it that we would follow the state
Okay, great.
mandated pay, so.
Works better that way, then you don't go to jail or anything.
Does Pasco have to pay on their contract extra for medical, or is that just for
Yeah,
one?
yes, they do.
They have $100 booking fee.
And their contract's due again, right?
Yes, their contract is due.
So we're negotiating that now.
Great.
And the prosecutor's office is involved with us with that. So basically, the overall answer is everybody pays the same. We have a 330-bed facility. When we hit about 200 inmates, we're riding the razor's edge liability-wise and those type of things, and could cost us more money than we're bringing in if we aren't careful with that balance. So, in fact, one of the revenues that we think you've under-projected is with the state contracts, right?
Right.
I actually think you should increase those projected revenues by $500,000,
We,
right?
we're projected for this year 235,000. We actually are sitting at 294,000. So we actually over, and which is nice for us.
All right.
And it's gonna
You know.
climb next year from there.
So, I mean, we're at 125%, over, so we're doing pretty good. And Pasco's right behind them as well. And we're sitting in October, so we'll be over as far as revenue is, what we're projected, so.
So we're at capacity, basically, and any future growth other than technology and those type of things that we're doing to leverage making money, for a lack of better words, we're just about maxed out.
So for our, total operating revenue was 2,013,662. And we, the way we're looking right now, we're probably gonna be sitting at, maybe 2,000,001, maybe by the end of the year. And that's just the projection of what we've been paying and how many offenders come to jail and things like that. So we're looking pretty good. The contracts, if you guys want to know about the contracts, I historically went through and looked at the contracts in the past, and it's been 5% each year on the contracts, and that's what we're doing right now. So for Pasco, it's another 55,000 on their contract, and for Connell, it's another 11,000 for next year.
I want to go back to the Medicaid reimbursement. I'm not positive that all healthcare costs are eligible Medicaid. I thought it was more focused on like the behavioral health, and so drug, alcohol, which is probably a lot. And I know with WASPEC and WASC, we were arguing that you have to have the rest of your medical conditions taken care of and should be reimbursed prior to then successfully having your behavioral health treatment work. So do you know whether or not they've gotten to that point? Because I think simplicity would just cut it in half, because most people in the incarcerated are probably eligible for Medicaid, but I don't know whether or not that's completely true, and I don't know if they've figured that out, that it will be both physical health and behavioral health.
That's a good question, and the answers I get, we're getting to that.
Yeah, that was what was going on when I left as well. We're
And
getting to that.
They've backed up a lot of things till December,
Yeah.
so we're still.
So I hate to cut it just in
Oh,
half.
I'm not saying cut it.
Yeah, no.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying as a WASP executive board
Yeah.
member, I know that they're pushing
Yeah.
very hard with our legislators
Yeah.
and stuff, that
Yeah,
this needs to happen, that you're breaking the back of counties.
yeah,
And most of the information flow coming back is it's gonna happen, but then again, it's government.
yeah.
So I don't know how you estimate that.
Yeah, I know.
My point is some of your projections
Yeah.
probably are a little low when you're trying to narrow a
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So on the sheriff's office side of things, I don't even know how many grants we use that actually brings in revenue. Cheryl could probably fill us in a little bit more than that, but your boating safety, all these different things you see.
Pretty on par. There was not much difference from the prior year.
So they're probably reasonable projections. Revenue. Questions about security, court security, responses, bulletproof grants, essentially in the simplest form, we buy one bulletproof vest and we get another one for free from the federal government. So, but we also have, how many vests would you estimate? 150? 150 vests that are on a rotation every 3 years. They have to be replaced. So that could go up and down based on actual costs of vests.
Mr. Chairman,
About MISA?
that was what I was getting ready to ask. Misa, and
They haven't changed, contracts haven't changed.
The contracts haven't changed. In fact, we have no clue what MISA's doing. So we're reverting back to the law, and the law says that the sheriff has to respond to 9/11 emergencies only in unincorporated cities, towns, or those that fold up. And that's what we're doing, but in reality, if someone calls and concerned about the dog running down the street, we're handling it and trying to get by the best way we can. MISA's finances are under scrupulous eyes right now for the state auditor and prosecutors. All I can tell you by looking at it is they're broke.
They have a sewer and water system.
Do. And that's where the fraud is primarily being undertaken, is in the sewer and water system.
Just to remind the board, you are the receiver of a failed city and water sewer systems.
this system,
Start talking to the PUD or someone.
I believe this system is operating okay. It's just the fraud in the funds that are collected.
Right, so when the MISA resident goes to pay their, whatever their bill is, that's where the questionable behavior is taking place. It shows going in, but in reality, it's not going in. It's going somewhere else. And that's occurred not once, but twice now, right? With clerks and stuff. So it's not necessarily a money thing, it's just how the money is collected and utilized that's causing the problem for MISA.
So they're collecting the money, but nobody knows where it's going?
You got it, yes. So if I walk in with a $50 bill and give it to the clerk and say, here, this pay for my water and sewer, clerk's taking it, but once the clerk's taken it, taken a while to dig deep, but we now can say, no, the clerk put that in their own pocket, or it made it into the system. So you don't have enough money coming into the system for it to operate because of the pilfering that's taking place by the city official.
That's happened with 2 clerks, right?
Not once, but twice.
And their oversight is the city council?
Yeah. I'm going to suspect, I'll just be frank with you, I'm going to suspect that sometime this board's going to be looking at running the unincorporated MISA that continues down its projected path, I guess is the way to put it. But that remains to be seen, so.
So in the budgeted item of $7,000, that is something that they are reimbursing for?
Yes,
We've gotten it so far for
we've gotten it so
2024.
far. Yep.
We-
And it's the same thing with Clotis, MISA Clotis.
But actuals, because of additional calls, that's where that we've actually spent well more than that.
Yeah, when times were good in MISA, we actually have a substation in MISA's City Hall that the people there built out for us. We have an office, a conference room, our deputies try to work out of that office when they're up there. That relationship's gone fine, and they haven't tried to take it away. In fact, they essentially are begging us not to go away, stay there. And so all of those things are fine, the inner workings. It's just, like I say, they just need to figure out how to stop the bleeding of their money, and they would be fine. But so far, that hasn't taken place. I couldn't calculate how many hours were actually man-hours we are into investigating those crimes. Rocky, do you have a question? Or?
Well, it just seems odd to me. I mean, if cash is coming in, there should be a daily accounts ledger showing
Checks and
deposit
balances.
slips. I mean, it's, I know when we had off-site businesses where the owner wasn't there, the deposit slip gets stapled to the daily report. And so within walking in, you can tell immediately if the money's going into the account.
Well, those are the records that are askew. Sometimes you have deposits, sometimes you didn't. Sometimes you had deposits that actually weren't deposits. Type of things. So I don't think it's going on right now. I think they proved if I'm
Not very good cash controls.
new, none. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Oh, let's see, fingerprinting, services in Clotis, we don't think that's gonna change. We talked about MISA, fees. Our concealed weapons permits are through the ceiling, so that, I mean, it doesn't generate a lot, but 50,000 a year, so don't expect that to stop anytime soon.
So with the fingerprinting, how does that work? Do you have your own lab that runs it through the system, or do you have to send that off?
No, we have a computer terminal that drops fingerprints into the state system, and then it runs through federal systems, state systems, local systems to identify those prints.
And how long does that usually take?
Couple days, yeah,
Okay.
depending on the load in the system.
Was that going to be a new capital request? Was there an issue with the IS, the system, the software, or something
Yeah,
that we would need a
there's
new?
issues that we need new fingerprinting, scanning systems and stuff.
Is that going to be? Are we going to do that in this year's budget, or is that going to be?
It's actually on a grant,
Okay.
and by January, we should have new equipment.
Okay, great.
Does that count taking people's fingerprints from a crime scene, or is that just when they
No,
come in
that's-
and do the
that's something
scan?
different. Go ahead, Bo.
So I've reached out to Crossmatch, which is operating in the jail right now for inmates. They have two systems upstairs. One is the sex offender and the other is the applicant. We've reached out to the provider downstairs because the provider upstairs has given us notice that they're pulling out of that industry. And so we're trying to backfill that as soon as we can before February. Yeah. So we are actively trying to pursue what we can do to get something in place upstairs. But we need the numbers from the vendor to make the decisions.
And that was unforeseen before budget. It just happened.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
3 weeks ago.
Many more questions about fingerprints, printing? No, no. You can digitally scan at crime scenes now, though, too. But we don't have that, we don't have it yet, but possible.
But you think you're going to find a grant for it,
We have a grant for it downstairs already.
or digitally collecting on a crime scene?
No,
If we can get somebody else to pay the bill, we will.
I knew that. I was just,
this is an additional deputy. I'm not sure what the deal is at top, but this is a request for the second deputy of the law enforcement details that we're now doing it with Superior Court, District Court, all those type of things. Last year, you funded this exact thing for one. When we were having the discussions, it can't be done with one, but we also recognize that be able to hire 5 people all at once, or nor do we really know if we're going to need that many people at once. So the path we've taken is one a year. See how it goes, but we definitely need a new position to fund some of the courthouse things that are going on. I know that district court's looking at ways to help fund the position. I think they've struck out, if I remember right. But when we took this on, we thought, oh, you'll just stand in a court and open a door here and there and check on things there. That's not what it's become. Last time, I think we checked, and last quarter, our one deputy has made over 80 arrests inside this building, physically booking them in jail at order of the courts or those type of things. So it's way more than a one-man full-time job. We supplement it with overtime. I haven't paid too close of attention to the overtime, but
8,000.
we've consumed quite a bit of that overtime that's given to us. But you also have to have bodies to work that overtime, and that becomes problematic for us. So that request outlines everything, equipment, car, everything that's needed for that FTE position. Then that FTE position will be placed in the courts once it's brought up to speed. I think that's the only FTE position or request. But we have to progress forward with it, because if we just remain steady and still, it's, for now, it's working, and we'll be slow and steady, and whenever we hit that limit, that's a good balance. We will certainly say, nope, we don't need any more, or we do.
And those arrests, do you have any idea of how many of those, are those all or primarily those that are before the court and the court says, you know, directs you to take them into custody?
I'm going to suspect that most of them are, the person shows up for court and has warrants for their arrest, and they're taken into custody before they ever hit the bench.
Yeah.
Or that, and a certain percentage of them are the judge ordering them to be detained and go directly to jail. And so that's a daily basis. We have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 courtrooms upstairs, 4 courtrooms upstairs, and 1 down here. It was intended just for Superior Court, but that's unrealistic. We can't leave our own district court judge hanging out there, so we respond to her needs too. Depending on the type of arrest, depends on how long the person is tied up.
And remind me, I think I know the answer to this, coming from a county. Each deputy gets a car, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So the deputies, no matter what, their primary responsibility is to respond to emergency calls in the county. There's over 1,300 square miles in the county, and so it's really incumbent that everybody has a car, and that you're able to call them out from their house or from wherever they may be to respond. Well, today's a good example, and it's a good radio example too. We were up on the PK Highway, and we had to respond, all 3 of our deputies, to a domestic. And then when the deputies entered the house, then they lost radio contact. They had to let the dispatcher know, well, this is where we're at, and if we're not out back and checking in, send help, because they lost their radio communications. So it's a balance act with that kind of stuff, but you gotta have cars, and they have to be functional cars. Transmissions have to work in them and those type of things, so.
Was that at 3:30 this morning?
Oh, it was just this afternoon, just before we came over here.
Oh, because my wife was out on a call at 3:30 this morning. What was, I suspect, a automobile accident?
Yeah,
And that's where I was gonna go, was with your fleet of cars. In '22, we spent 619,000, and you're on the record right now as wanting 420 this year. Are they, I know you're trying to cycle through and keep fresh cars and everything, but, we're on a tight
so
budget.
you have to put that in perspective. When you're talking that we took $600 and some thousand for cars, we actually pulled a half a dozen cars out of our fleet and signed the titles over to the county so the county could have them for the auditor's office and all the different places the cars went. So we replaced those cars with new cars that had been basically left on the market by another sheriff's office. Okay. But what we do annually, so that we don't get into a point where we have more broke-down cars than we have running cars, that we had been replacing anywhere from 5 to 6 cars and cycling them out at about 115,000 or so. Last year, y'all, I don't know what happened to the money, and it's not necessarily important, but we didn't get that request to replace a partial piece of our fleet. That's created a lot of catastrophes for us. Like this month, we had 2 cars sitting at anywhere between $5,000 and $8,000 a piece, having their transmissions replaced. That's not good economics. We are better to replace cars while they're still not so maintenance heavy on the fleet. And so we've tried to replace them annually, and so that's the money. We're just asking that money be
I
placed back in.
realize that, but you understand
Yeah.
that budget constraints we're under. And I'm asking this question, is those 2 cars, were those newer cars, older cars that the trannies failed on? And how often are they being serviced and changing that transmission fluid?
So our cars are serviced and mechanically sound every month. If
Who
they need an
does
oil
it?
change, we send them for oil changes.
Is it out here at our,
Oh, we quit doing that because it was more cost-effective to contract those services.
and who you
out.
contracting with?
For what service?
Yeah.
For oil?
Yeah.
We use the oil change facilities here on Court Street and up on Road 68. For mechanical work, we use the tire store next door here, and then
Tire factory?
yeah, Tire Factory, and then over on Oregon Street, Fat Boys.
Okay.
And that's because we can, I don't know, pick a problem, a transmission. A transmission at Fat Boys is $8,000. If I take that same Dodge Durango over to the Dodge dealership to do it, it's about $16,000. So it's a no-brainer in that sense. And our shops don't do that type of stuff. They just do basic mechanical work, and the vast majority of their time is spent working on, you know, plows and tractors and all those type of things that they have to work on a daily basis. So it's easier for us to keep track of our own gas, document our own mileage, outsource repairs and those type of things. It's more cost-effective for the county to do it that way.
I know that as a person that deals with a lot of transmissions and a lot of different machinery, the type of oil you use is also a big factor. And when you go to the more inexpensive oil I don't know if you're getting that quality oil put in these cars. And I think we really need to look at that, because the quality of oil that you use in a tranny will make its longevity longer.
Right. Well, the cars are pretty specific to their transmission fluids and the standards and the oil standards, and we ensure that that stuff takes place. What takes place is they get wore out. 100,000 miles on a farm truck is a lot different than 100,000 miles on a patrol car, and they get wore out, and there comes a breaking point where it costs more to keep them repaired and running than it does replace them. And we're probably 60% of our fleet now is over 100,000 miles.
We have 10 patrol.
Yeah, I have 10 patrol cars that are at that stage now.
10 out of, and that's 60% is 10 of your,
Oh, I was just guessing that.
Well, how many
it's 10
patrol-
patrol cars that need replaced.
how many patrol cars are in your fleet?
So we hand some patrol cars down to the corrections.
About 35.
Yeah, about 35 altogether. So, I think corrections has, how many patrol cars do you guys have? Two. Then you have 2 vans and then the transport, right? So 5 vehicles, and we try to push them down at certain levels. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to start replacing cars because it's now costing us more, and it's an essential thing that deputies need in the county.
Did if I remember right, from the audience, 2 years ago, that you replaced 8, you had an opportunity, was it 8 cars? Did that help upgrade the fleet by doing it in a, kind
Yeah,
of having
between
a,
the cars we took offline and gave to the county, and then the cars we took offline and sent to auction, yeah, it did help. But that's the last time we've replaced cars.
so that was 2 years ago, I think, is that right?
I think it's 3 years ago. I could be wrong. Yeah,
I'm just, the time that I'm thinking about is when a different agency had ordered them and couldn't,
right. These were a larger West Side Sheriff's Office that ordered them, and then they pulled out of them.
so they were available.
2022.
2022, yeah.
691,000.
And that money came from, I always want to call it the CARES money, but it was some sort of special ARPA money.
It was the American Rescue Plan, the plan, it was from the 119 fund.
Was that 8 vehicles? Am I remembering right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be, yeah. Before that purchase, we utilized state and federal tax dollars, few tax dollars. We had 2 line items up at the shops. One was money that basically belonged to the county, and the other money was for purchasing and replacing the patrol cars with money that comes from the state. It's federal tax dollars, state tax dollars for the entire county, to include the city, that comes to the county to replace cars or maintain them and maintenance them under Pacific RCW. I don't know where that money went or if it's still sitting somewhere, but we're just asking that it be replaced so that we can start trying to replace some of the cars.
And so, Tim, that little red square in the corner, is that a note that we're supposed to be able to open up? I can't get it open.
It's in the comment, it'd be in the comment section.
Okay.
And it's this, that's the comment that's
okay.
showing up.
It's working for me now.
I'm trying to open it up and I couldn't do it on my end, so,
And
thanks.
that's separate of, that request for that car is separate of the normal request that's coming in.
Yeah, so the request without that's 350,000, and then the 70,000 gets added to it for the total of 420.
So is it at your discretion which type of vehicle you buy? And warranties, are they the same for the public as they are for county commercial
Warranties,
use?
yes. No, it's not at my discretion. There's state bids. So, you know, Ford, for example, will have this many Explorers that they'll put out on state bid. Dodge will put out this many, so on and so on, Chevy. But nowadays, what we're down to is, let's see, Dodge is out of the patrol car business. Ford is making a limited production of Explorers, which is the primary patrol car vehicle.
Trying to shift everything electric.
Yeah. And
Ford
then,
is.
For patrol vehicle?
yeah. So what we try to do is we try to for example, go out on state bid for the truck that we bought last year. That's the best, the most effective way is for us to do that. You can lease vehicles and then at the end pay $1, but it doesn't pencil out for counties, just so you know, because I've penciled it out before. So, okay, yeah. So, yeah, we try to get the biggest bang for our buck. I'm gonna suspect for Franklin County patrol vehicles that we will be looking at, trucks, four-door crew cab trucks, because they're the most reliable and effective for the type of patrol work our deputies do. And you're seeing actually city police departments going to trucks.
What's that do to your fuel bill?
Actually, you'd be surprised.
Explorers, probably.
Explorers or a truck is about the same gas mileage, and the mileage is based on how deep the deputy's foot is in the gas pedal.
That could be the problem in the trannies too.
Yep, won't argue that with you. Yeah, I will not argue that with you. Yeah, they are handled rough. I mean, that's
Well,
what
going to the
cops do with
pickup,
their police cars.
the pickup too, you got a higher clearance for your, to rub up on anything underneath, so I think that'd be the better vehicle for a county such as ours anyway.
No argument. That's really seriously what we're down to, is looking at what's the best bang for our buck with trucks for our deputies, and is it gonna be a mid-size, a Colorado, or is it gonna be whatever the big ones are, F-150?
The 150s.
So that's really what we're down to. So,
And I was having technical difficulties. And I think you said that, how many vehicles was it? 5? Or that 420 purchases how many vehicles?
it'll be about 5,
Okay.
yep,
I thought you said-
altogether.
Okay.
The 350, yeah, would be
Okay.
5.
Okay.
We tried to break the additional position out with equipment, car, et cetera.
I think
et cetera,
that's what
so-
the note was, showing that there was an additional one for that.
So the 420 includes the new position.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
I saw that a city in Southern California was replacing their patrol cars with a fleet of 20 new Teslas. Is that the route we're looking to go?
Better have a long extension cord.
Sure, we can do that, but for the deputies, you're gonna have to buy 2. Right. They put anywhere, yeah, they put anywhere between 300 and 400 miles on a car a day, on their shifts, so we'll probably have to park one of them up north for them and one down here.
Do a switch, it's rotation.
Yeah. I think that technology is eventually gonna get to a point where
Getting
we'll be able
closer.
to do that. It's getting close, yeah.
I know the rental car companies are getting rid of them because nobody wants them.
Yeah, they're probably tired of towing them off the freeways because there's no juice left in them. Yeah. Yeah. And so, speaking of cars, so if we get cars, he's put in a request for a maintenance vehicle. He will not need that request because we'll push down one of our high mileage trucks down into the jail for the maintenance work, as we'll probably take the best couple of patrol cars and move them into the corrections field and take what they have offline. Just to try to get back into that cycle of.
And that's in the jail request, that
Right, I think
that
he
vehicle.
requested in the jail for a truck, and depending on the outcome of that, and either way, it will be a used truck. We won't go buy a brand-new truck.
What about the bailiffs? Same thing with them. I would strongly encourage that, even though they're gonna be in the courthouse more than anywhere. They don't need a new vehicle to drive around.
So he's currently in a 6-year-old vehicle.
Good.
You're talking about the deputies,
That are
the
gonna be
one
in the
deputy we
courthouse,
have?
yeah.
Well, the rest of them, when you see them in the courthouse, they're on overtime.
You got a commissioner driving a 23-year-old vehicle, and it's my new vehicle.
Just say that's new to me.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll be as efficient as we can. Well, however we can save the county money, we obviously will. But we're really reaching critical mass with vehicles right now.
1,000.
At that breaking point.
Well, we're strongly encouraging it because we're up against,
What, buying used?
no, just conserving money because we're up against some constraints here that's gonna be tough to work around.
Well, I hear you, and I agree with you, but you have to spend money to make money, Commissioner.
Government doesn't make money, they only take money.
Sheriff's office makes money.
Well, then you
And
should
it's
be
a
able to
different
support
balance.
yourself then. Huh? You should be able to support yourself. Don't come asking us for that.
There you go. There you go.
So I had a question. I don't see it on here. I want to say a week or week and a half ago, there was a state auditor's office. I was on an entrance audit call, and they were talking about all the different things that they were auditing, and one of them was auditing the forfeiture process. So I haven't seen it here. Maybe it's a line that I haven't come across, but does that happen in Franklin County Sheriff's Office? Not, I didn't think so.
Rarely do we forfeit money, but the auditing situation you're talking about is we're required on a quarterly basis. On a quarterly basis to send in a piece of paper that says we didn't seize any money. And that's what they didn't receive, but they've received all but the fourth quarters now, yeah. I don't know.
Reason that piqued my interest, there was a veteran that was moving across country and that had his life savings forfeited. He could prove everything. Anyways, it piqued my interest having heard that story, so thank you.
Any asset seizures cash-wise is done through the Tri-City Metro Drug Task Force. They're about the only ones that seize cash now, and they seize on a limited basis. So these requests here that he's highlighting are just standard maintenance requests. Obviously, guns wear out, tasers wear out, rifles wear out, and so on, each of these requests. And so what we've tried to do for years is just set on, a steady replacement of each of those, and take off the bottom end and take them offline, is what we're doing with those requests. Chairs, of course, I guess it depends on who sits in them, how many you need to replace. But, protective gear, that's probably for SWAT, I'll bet. So, yeah, this protective gear for SWAT. Sure why we're asking for 25 lock-on kits, light vehicle unlock kits, but you don't have vehicle unlock kits. Then we break windows, so figure out which one's more expensive. Now, if we do it wrong, but they're not, lockout kits are not utilized very much anymore, at least in the city settings and stuff. Now up north, when you're by yourself and need to unlock a car, probably a need for it. 30 binoculars is just replacing binoculars for the patrol cars. User fees.
That was a new fee I thought that started this year.
That's the 800 megahertz user fees. That, up until this new cycle, we were using 800 megahertz wherever we could in the county and not paying for it, but probably over now. We're gonna have to pay for 800 megahertz user fees. And it's gonna probably even go up more because we are going to have to use 800 megahertz in the jail too. So that's gonna be an additional 40-some user fees there too.
So that just represents what you have been using.
That represents the number of radios that we have that are capable of working in the 800 environment. So we got our 800 radios about 2017 when we wrote a grant, and we received, I think it was $870-some thousand. And we bought radios for the sheriff's office, for Connell PD, and for the airport, all brand new, all with 800 VHF capabilities. And those are the radios that are now expired. They're no longer supported. And so they're going to have to eventually be replaced one way or another. And so, and again, we've been replacing those at 3 to 6 radios, depending on how many we need a year, so we could keep up with that and have, you know, replace the broken ones, that type of thing. So, but that all kind of remains to be seen where we're heading with all that. I think we've discussed the sheriff's office vehicle situation. Curring, what's that?
Radios, is that?
Is that radios? Yeah. Is what it is.
Did, I think you might have had a tuition request in both sheriff and corrections. Have both of those been, because I think Margot had told me that only one office had submitted to her for that, and so.
Sheriff's office has, and I contacted corrections, the
Okay.
manager, and he's contacting Margot to get it done.
Perfect.
More questions? What do you got there?
I think that's all I think.
And then just on corrections, so the academy's going to have more, more openings for trainings this year, hopefully, right? And so I don't know if is that going to take effect in, as well into 2025?
Yeah, it is.
Does that
So-
affect our budget per se, or?
No, it doesn't. Well, it does as far as living, eating costs and those type of things. So they are going to continue to satellite corrections academies
They
to
are,
try to
okay.
catch up. We've been putting them in at 4 at a time. Our last group come out of the Spokane Academy. Where's this group now?
So there was 8 that just graduated, and we have 6 at the academy right now.
Where are they at?
And
Which
they're at
academy?
Spokane.
They're at Spokane. So, yeah, in that sense, it saves money. Yeah, but we're behind on academies for corrections deputies. One point, we were like 17 that hadn't been to the academy on time, but we're beginning to catch up. And then the same with law enforcement academy. We send all of our people right here to Pasco. We have each academy, I think it's 4 seats, because we teach at the academy and do other things to basically hold those seats if we need them. And we currently have 1 deputy in the academy here in Pasco. He gets to go home every night, drives his own car back and forth, et cetera, and it's saves, I would suspect, if I sit down and penciled it out, somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 to the county for just having them here.
So the hire that we just made in corrections last week, 2 weeks ago, something like that, that officer had already been through the academy.
Yes.
So what does that save us versus like per each, the 6 that we have in academy now?
So I think the short answer for you is it saves you the actual physical academy costs, having them sit at academy and the downtime. It saves you training officer time and, you know, the education processes that you have to get a deputy up and running in the jail. So up and running in the jail for a deputy is anywhere between 12 and 14 months.
And
you didn't have to
40-ish
do any of
thousand?
that. Yeah.
And 40-ish thousand of training and time?
Correct,
So 14 months and 40,000 is kind of what that hire we just made didn't cost us.
Yep, and anytime we see that we have people, which is more frequent now, by the way, don't ask me why, but it's more frequent to have lateral applications coming in, like we have 2 right now, and we're gonna pick right up on them and start backgrounding them and see why it is they want a lateral and if they're capable of passing. And I think we have like 3 openings right now. So if these 2 muster up, then we'll replace them with these 2 individuals, just simply for the cost savings and the experience level that's needed in the jail.
That you might have included this cost within there, but a potential need for additional overtime while you have those vacancies as well
Oh, yeah,
can
yeah,
be
yeah.
pretty significant when you've got several people gone out.
That's correct. Unfortunately, we get to control the minimum numbers in our jail, so have like a minimum mandatory of this many employees working at any given time. So we've been able to control those overcosts,
Yeah, great.
for lack of better words. Ranger, to come back to commissary, some of these items, capital outlay items, not the radios in the jail, we probably can take that out of commissary money. For example, we need to replace dryers and all those type of things, and we can actually use some of that million to do that, opposed to asking for supplemental money.
But that has to go back into the jail, not into your,
Right, so if I'm asking for 2 dryers, for example, and I'm asking you to give me the money, if we take it out of commissary money, then I don't have to ask you to expend that money. Right, I think, that's what I'm trying to say to you, is when you're trying to balance the budget, I guess is the way to put that. There's, especially in the jail, we have some alternatives to some of those expenditures requests, except for radios, we can't do the radios.
When you're talking about dryers, are you talking about laundry dryers?
Yep, commercial laundry dryers. Yeah, quite expensive, and I think we put in a request last year,
We did.
but we were denied it. So we haven't put them in, but it's getting to a point we're gonna have to. But fortunately, now that we have this newfound money, we can, it's
Do with what you want.
money that you can use that commissary money for. That's
And
what I'm-
again, how did you get the commissary money? That were-
Contracts. So, if Marcus and I are in jail and we order cheeseburgers, we get some of the money off those cheeseburgers because of the vendor company or the food services company charges extra money for them to have their cheeseburger.
So 30% of the expense, or that the profit of the commissary company
30%
comes
of the
back.
profit, yep.
Comes back to the
30% of the profit, and the only thing is it has to go back into commissary.
So
And that was on the commissary side, not the, so it would have nothing to do with the food service side that they also do.
No.
I guess my only thought is that the county was, when did, I can't remember when exactly this contract started,
It started in 2018.
2018?
And
Because
it goes through this year.
Because I know the county has been transferring money, which ultimately probably is why, I mean, they needed to because we weren't getting the money back from the contract. And so, but we were transferring 190,000 a year, at least over the last few years. So I guess the only other thought is that could the county recoup some of that that was previously transferred because of that contract?
So you have a basic commissary contract, food services contract. That's the county's obligation, and the one that we all sign, that we pay for. The overages, for lack of better words, then that comes back into the commissary budget. And I'd have to do some looking. I don't think you can supplant, for a lack of better words, those basic services, but you can take that money, and I use a real simple example, to pay for dryers, opposed to the county giving corrections the money for the dryers. You can pay for it out of commissary, because it directly affects the inmates.
What about the cameras that were put in the cells? Couldn't we use that for that?
That's coming back. You'll get that money back.
That's coming back.
Yeah, and some of the cameras and some of that work is actually being paid for by our communications services. So, I forget the name of the company. Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry's company, you know, for example, paid for the x-ray machines, and he actually kind of is brokering the medical monitoring devices that have been installed now. He may be charging us in his contract, but eventually we're going to get that back in some sort of service in kind to offset that. That makes sense.
Just to finish up, your question was that the audit found that the company had not been remitting for 3 years that 30%, and so that's what that $980,000 was, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the lesson to that story is we should audit more. And when I say we, us, the sheriff's office and the auditor's office should audit those incoming funds so that we don't sit there and miss that, because that's not the only example where we ended up going, well, where's this money? You know, so we had to make calls so the money would come in. So we just need to all pay attention, I guess is the way to put that, a little bit closer to those revenues that are coming in.
So they're paying that back, the commissary company's paying it back in a lump sum single payment, or?
Yeah, it's done.
They paid it back.
Paid it back.
Shows as revenue this year for $938,151.
We're just working on, did it get in the right line item for us? Okay. Yeah, there was some discussion of where to put it, general fund, is that legal, and so on, and that was a process we were going from.
County road fund.
County road fund, yeah, there you go, yeah.
So maybe we're drifting now. So now I'm just curious, though, are there other expenses that you're aware of that we could put in the commissary that we haven't put in there yet?
That was a question that I had written
Yeah.
down. Are there other line items?
There may not be. I'm just curious to. Yeah, so that we have currently in current expense that we could potentially, you know, I don't want to, you know, artificially or illegally put something in there, but if there's a legitimate ongoing expenditure that could be in there, then like capital equipment or whatever that might be, maybe we can talk offline about that, but maybe
Well, the answer
you
to
can
is
think about that.
yes. Some capital equipment you can, so long as you can tie it back to inmates.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll talk about that, think about that.
Which on the flip side then reduces your overall deficit. Speaking of overall deficits, we had some discussions before we came over where projections may not be accurate. Did we cover it all? Okay.
Yeah, that was the ACA and Pasco and DOC.
All right. Okay.
Any further questions or discussion?
I think for me, it's one of the big ones, and we'll talk again offline, which is, you know, what would be the right reduction in healthcare projection for the 2025. So we'll talk more about kind of that, because I don't want to go too far down.
Anytime you want to come
Yep.
talk.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you, appreciate it, and I'm glad to hear that you got your commissary money back.
What's that?
I'm glad that you got your commissary money back.
I'm glad we did too. I was like, gotta be kidding me,
At
really?
That much money, eh?
Yeah,
I'm surprised they
that's-
wrote you the check.
That's more than budget dust.
Yeah.
That's real money.
All right, thank you. Break time. You guys want to break or continue on?
I don't need a break.
I don't think there's even that much to discuss other than, I mean, just whatever the board, if there's any follow-up that we want to go over, there's not anything that we super defined as far as what to go over right now.
All right.
I think that we should give Marcus the opportunity to be in the hot seat because he there wasn't even anything there. So that wasn't even fair. So I think we made some really neat progress today in just kind of vetting some things out. And so I don't even know how to ask some of the questions that I have as far as, we talked earlier about the Veterans Fund. And I don't even know how to ask that question. Is there
I
other
think
opportunity?
We'll get Jeff probably engaged with us on that to make sure we're reading the statute
Properly.
correctly, because I just sitting here, but with a lot of, without just focused on it, it was like, say what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the way I understand it was the only thing we could do with that was not take that and put it in the account. You give the taxpayers, I never once heard that we could shift it into the general fund.
I don't know if the questions even come up before,
No, it
though,
hasn't.
and so it may have been something that we never even considered.
Yeah.
Well, another one is like the law library. That cost us almost nothing to operate each year now, and we have something like 400-something thousand in that. And is there opportunity there in any way? I don't know. And, earlier we were talking about the commissary. Is there any of the request in the sheriff's budget that would be eligible to be, used some of those commissary funds?
I mean, that's a good question, but I still go back to what I was hitting on before, where, so for the past, since this contract started, the county has been contributing from current expense roughly $200,000 a year. So it's been going for, 5 years or whatever, a little more than 5 years. So we've been contributing $200,000 a year, which I don't think there should have been that deficit every year.
So technically,
Because there shouldn't have been that deficit because it really was covering itself. We just weren't receiving that money.
yeah, exactly. That's
And
what I'm
so-
saying. Technically, it was budget neutral.
Yes.
And we were putting the money in, and now we have a refund. Can we take that back?
Yes.
That's out of the law library.
No, this is the
We
commissary.
switched to commissary conversation.
So what was the whole thing about the law library? Because statutorily, we're required to have that. Is there excess monies in that?
There's like 400-something thousand in that fund, and yeah, but we don't expend hardly anything. We have a room downstairs, and it's all digital. And so I'm just wondering, so.
And
I
that's
know
a bunch of
Eric's-
recording fees and stuff like that too that funds that. So I don't, yeah. And so I mean, it's questions to be asked, but,
Yeah, I don't even know how to ask that question.
Yeah.
And I guess this commissary conversation kind of provides a template for that question, which is there anything eligible that we could use those law library funds for to help in the budget deficit that we currently are trying to figure out? Is there any opportunity there?
So I just want to make sure I understand your comment, so if I go to revenue and it's transfers in,
correct.
that's a current expense transfer in?
Correct.
Is what you're saying for 188, 98, and 22, same amount in 90. Through year-to-date is 141,000 this year.
Yep. And it'll be 188, 988 or whatever at the end of the year.
I can see your question, and that's a, who do we ask that question to?
Legal.
Yourselves, maybe. So maybe even ask, would we not, is there a reason we wouldn't do a budget amendment this year to change where that's coming from? So it wouldn't be coming from current expense?
I mean,
Because if you've already have 938,000 in
I would say yes.
revenue.
I mean, yes, I think you certainly could, or, I mean, I guess even if we had,
And certainly next year, shouldn't the commissary money come from that?
If something can carry its own weight, there's no reason we should take,
Yeah.
baseline budget to
Yeah.
put in something.
I don't know if we need to go, well, we can talk, I don't know if we need to go back, but it certainly seems like it's, if the fund has its own revenue source of, I don't know, is it 300,000 a year, basically? Why we would have a current expense fund transfer?
I mean, it was all set up before we received that money back or knew that it was
Right.
even coming. So I
So it would
mean,
make maybe-
it was
We can
there. It
talk-
was there because there historically has been a deficit because we weren't getting the credit that we should have been getting.
Well, we can talk, with the sheriff a little bit more about, about that, about kind of how the future revenue would look in conjunction with, because it probably should show,
And that's a fair question too, is what does it look like moving forward?
Yeah.
Where, we were having a $200,000 roughly that we're transferring in. Is it going to be flat now, revenues and expenses equal, or is it, I mean, or is it going to be more revenues than expenditures?
So if this is, if we have, in rounded numbers, if it's $1 million,
do you want to come up or not?
if we had a rounded numbers, if we collected in the last 3 years of this contract $1 million, and we're putting 200,000 in, that means it's actually a revenue generator, not a,
But it was since 2018 that the contract was.
so this $1 million is since 2018.
I believe so. I think so. And so if you're talking,
That'd be 7 years, so it's still a draw, but not near the draw we thought maybe.
it may still be costing us some, but yeah, I guess it's a little unknown. You'd have to dig into that a bit more to know for sure.
And whether we're going way off the track, I don't know if you have any thoughts, Mark.
Well, one thing I would say is just to
I use the mic in case.
the funds that are coming in, that are transferred in, are for basic meals, inmate meals. The proceeds that came back is for optional commissary.
Yeah.
So it is two separate things, although it may be in the same fund. We're talking about, constitutionally required meals we're providing, and then additional commissary. that
luxuries.
They have options to purchase, yeah.
So you push those luxuries towards all the inmates.
Well,
Supersize me.
right.
Supersize me.
Yeah. But as far as going back in time, I think that would be really difficult on closed budgets. Now, if it was last money in on, say, a '24 budget, you could possibly make that correction there, and certainly for the '25, but,
The jail, I just want to make sure, the jail commissary budget that we're talking about, though, I want to make sure, it is not inclusive of our constitutional requirement for meals. That is.
There's a food service budget, the 101-550
Which is in the
food
jail
service.
budget itself, right?
It's 101-550. There's a 101-540 for corrections and a 101-550 food service, corrections food service.
yeah, my apologies, I thought we were talking
I have
about
on the
that.
screen right there.
The 550.
So is there any way that maybe we could create a fund, take some of that commissary money and put in there as a reserve to buy those meals? And then we then can take that out of our budget?
Well, I mean, the money right now is in the 134 fund, so it's separate. It's outside of
separate.
current expense. It's outside of current expense currently.
So we could put some of that commissary money into that fund, and therefore we wouldn't have to put that 200,000.
Well, we put in current, that's, certainly you could kind of dedicate any additional monies into that. I think we first need to make sure we have
Yeah,
a clear understanding of what the new commissary budget looks like with the right amount coming back from the
When that's
contract.
actually coming in like
Yeah,
it should.
like it
what
should.
that
What
looks
is,
like.
what do we project that budget to look like before we go to get too excited, I guess?
So,
Because it looks like real money that we could apply this year and next year, an amount, but then thinking about but is that sustainable over?
And the fund may need some cash flow reserves for equipment or,
and if we could adjust this year, that would take off of the deficit that we currently have, and we could potentially apply it towards next year, and so it would almost reduce it by double of its individual amount.
that's what I was working at.
correct, yeah. I mean, right now, I do those transfers, I just do a journal entry transfer of those quarterly for that stuff. I don't, I mean, I guess, I mean, it was approved during the budget last year. I don't, I guess we probably need a resolution to stop that. I'm not 100% sure if we can just get consensus to stop the transfers or do away with them for this year. I'm not sure the correct, I mean, certainly resolution is the safest route.
And we probably don't do it in this meeting, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't get a total on the requests. You have a total of the requests from the sheriffs and the corrections for keeping track of where we're at as far as these other departments were 6,000 and 9,000. What is the total for the sheriff?
Marcus.
$420 for vehicles and a hiree. Did I see 1 million?
1 million, 1,020,000, 1,019,962. This number right here.
Yep.
Which is inclusive of salary increase.
It includes those, the new
position.
the new deputy request in the vehicle that's with that person. And
The other vehicles too.
And
Yes.
did any of their amounts go down as well besides?
Well, their insurance went up. Everybody's is.
they were all, they're all down other than this, the transfer to the commissary fund, which I actually took out for, I had already taken this out for,
For FY 2025?
yeah, I had already removed it for 2025.
So it's not an
knowing
extra,
knowing that, knowing what I knew about them getting $1 million, I had removed that, so it's not in the 2025 prelim budget. And so, other than that, the other requests are essentially $1,020,000.
so it's, I want to make sure, so it's all, so the 188,988 is already
if you ignore this one,
It's
there's,
an expenditure already out of the 2025 budget?
it's in the prelim budget number, so it's in the.
As a savings?
$1.3 million that we're at right now. It's in that.
Okay.
It's in that number.
All right.
These ones have not been factored in. These are all increases. There's no decreases. And so there's a true, outside of the transfer, which is already taken care of, everything else, there's another $1,020,000 of requests.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
which half of that, or approximately half of it's vehicle. I mean, the vehicle and person equals more than half of that request.
They also have the replacement of guns and bulletproof
That's-
vests. And
That's within this, though, isn't it?
Yes.
that's within
And this
one-
is sheriff, corrections,
everything, the whole 9 yards.
food service, it's all of that in that number. I will say, they said $1 million, it's $1,020,000, but they did say that if they were given all of the sheriff vehicles, then they wouldn't need the corrections vehicle. That was a request as well, which was,
They would get the hand-me-downs, the used vehicles.
yes.
And I think that's a great maneuver, because we've got, I think you're driving one of them, aren't you, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we should be doing, is using those for other areas of the courthouse.
So they had a corrections maintenance trucks for $30,000 on there. Morse Watchman key box, 26,000. Radio equipment, 73,000.
Morris Watchman key box, what is that?
Secure way to control keys
For the courthouse?
for everything, I believe. All facilities.
This product is for safety and security of the jail and its residents. We will remove the keys from the corporal office in the jail and place the keys in a secured location. Is the description on it.
So if we find that some commissary, we were able to this year's budget off of that $1 million.
No, it has to be used within the jail.
For the inmates.
Yeah.
So yes, we should, that's certainly one of the things, how much can we figure out? But
Right.
yes, how much of the sheriff budget can come to support that commissary budget for other items?
But
The 188 for this year is already factored in.
Yes.
It's already in the number. So there's only potentially the 188. There's only potentially the 188 from this
Got it.
year, which some of it's already transferred, but I guess, we could probably retract that
yeah,
whole
we're
transfer.
not finished, but that is not commissary money. That is general fund money that we potentially could take back because we're inside of a budget. So if we did a budget amendment, we pulled the
Correct.
money back that we had spent. That's not commissary money, that's general fund money.
Correct.
And then but I think your secondary question is, and this was what we'll talk with the sheriff's office about, are there other activities opportunities elsewhere in the budget that we could potentially align with the commissary expenditures, knowing that, we've got a certain amount of revenue in there and we have some funds available to then also utilize?
Yeah.
Would personnel be one of those?
doubt it.
The hiree, isn't he going to the jail? If
I
heard
don't
him
know.
right,
I don't know.
the hiree was going to the jail, correct?
It's security and
That's not part of the jail. That's security for the courthouse?
To-
Gotcha. Okay.
so for clarity, the 188,000 that is currently in this budget out of the general fund budget is allocated towards this budget for 2025? Or has it already been corrected?
He's already.
It's already
corrected
been
it.
corrected. It's,
Got it.
it's showing up as a 0
Okay.
on.
Yeah, he broke my
Right
heart. I
here.
thought we had just found,
Okay, just make sure that I was
No, I thought
understanding.
that was a pretty easy, and besides that, I tried to balance transfers in and transfers out before submitting things and stuff, and this was one of those that they had removed the transferred in because they had received that money, and so I took it out here as well.
but it does affect, I mean, we are going to bring 100, if we do the proposal and bring that to the board, as part of our, kind of our final budget balancing is take 188.98 out of the revenue in fiscal year 2024 instead of a transfer in, that aids in our starting fund balance for 2025.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I was
And then
trying
we
to-
work with the sheriff's office to kind of look at what a sustainable commissary budget would look like going forward.
Yes, yeah.
Good.
Made headway.
Yeah.
We've lost a little ground on this.
I think there's, the healthcare savings can be between $250 and $500,000 though. I mean,
That's not bad.
that's a significant amount of resources. So, I think we'll kind of work with them on that. And then there's some other things that we could poke away at here.
Overall, a good start.
Yeah.
I feel optimistic.
The only time it came up was I did have it on. Yes.
It was. So under 134, I don't know if you want to come to the mic, Margot. So
I had it on this sheet here.
Yes.
I think that's called voluntold.
It is. That was an illusion of an option.
Yeah, so here's
Okay.
if you come down to.
I thought I did. Maybe I
Wait,
don't.
No, it was on there, I'm
Line
sure.
15 right there. No, that's civil service.
I thought I had it on, but apparently I didn't.
So the commissary
I failed you.
positions.
You did. You told me yes.
Okay, the commissary positions, and Margaret, you can chime in here, but the commissary positions basically have the potential are a grade 12.
They're currently a grade 10.
Grade 10, that's what it was. Okay, and that is going to be less than minimum wage. It's going to be affected by the minimum wage
Yes.
statute. So proposing the elimination of that, which will slightly elevate.
Which would elevate them up to a grade 11.
Grade 11.
And then we'd get rid of grade 10 on the matrix moving forward, and that gives us a bigger buffer between minimum wage and our starting lowest salary. So this is the time to kind of talk about that and do it. It's just, I missed a lot of their presentations, so I heard a lot of talk about commissary, which is why I ran up here. So I just wanted to make sure that was addressed. I will say the two people who are currently on there are above that step that will go away with the increase of minimum wage. It's not necessarily for them, it's for when we have to backfill. We're gonna lose step 1 on grade 10, which means we're automatically starting at a higher step. So if we're gonna do that, we might as well get ourselves a bigger buffer because we're gonna run into this every year, which if you do remember last year, we got rid of grade 9 on the matrix for this very same reason. So, and I think it was a $2,000
That's what I recall 2,000.
increase around there, $2,000 difference for salaries. And they are 20 hours a week, they are part-time, no benefits. So it is strictly an hourly rate. And
Okay, we'll get that one corrected for you to see as well.
thank you,
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
But a wage that is also then supported by the revenue coming into commissary.
That wage is?
Yeah, it's an expenditure shown online within the, if you want to go back to Gravity, we can show
that's
salaries,
fine. That's
salaries and
fine.
wages. Yeah. If you want to go to just commissary. Then all the way down down to expenditures, first line of expenditure, there you go.
I do have a comment. I do have a comment here in my defense, Margot.
Go for it.
Okay. No, just I had a comment on that I put in
okay.
gravity.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all very much.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Not having been through it before, I think that provided a lot of hope today.
Yeah. All right. Anything else for today? We start
I do not have anything.
We start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Josh will be up with Office of Public Defense.
Is this room being used for anything else between now and then? Do you know this room? Planning
Being
and
used, can they leave their
Building
stuff?
Commission? Any,
No, until 12:30, we'll be open.
12:30 tomorrow?
The Superior Court, they don't need it anymore.
Yeah, they can't, yeah, they don't need it tomorrow. They were gonna need it for.
So we can leave our information right
yes.
here? That's what I was asking, I just didn't wanna. It's here for tomorrow. No, we just recess and reconvene tomorrow.
So we recess for today. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't adjourn until Friday.